The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PSP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting high, I wonder when it does not come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. We can tell me how.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs. You know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right start that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. And happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week so far, and looking forward to a restful weekend. Remember, guys, when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can, and if you're new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. Tonight's topic is perverting the course of justice with your host Baron, Anne-Marie, Melting Pot, and Pastor Ricky. Let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat, and then I will hand over to Baron to start the discussion. Right. Doris McCoy, One Indian, Patel Cruikshank, Sonia Ellis, Truck Life, Don Mel, Falmouth Girl 2, Rennie Swaby, Andrew Fisher, Eileen Francis, Carol Hewitt, Marilyn Molioson, Georgia Lynch, welcome. Happy Friday. Without any delays, I'll hand over to Baron. Sorry, Elaine Tucker. I will welcome you as you come in, but if I lose control, you know it's going to be an umbrella welcome for everyone. Baron?
All right. Thank you, wifey, for that. Right. Usual wonderful precursor. Yes, tonight we have, again, a wonderful panel, right? I mean, a panel of critical thinkers. We have Melting Pot in the space. We have Pastor Ricky in the space. And tonight, of course, we'll be dissecting, right, certain information as it relates to the propaganda, right, sources that we will be definitely targeting tonight. Now, let me say this to my Jamaican people, home and abroad. The Jamaica Labour Party is extremely desperate. Everything that they are doing, right, is as a result of desperation. What the Jamaica Labour Party is avoiding, right, is for the People's National Party to win the general election and leave them vulnerable. And when I say leave them vulnerable, simply means that when you have a new government, right, the new government is going to audit, the new government is going to carry on certain investigation, and they all know what they had done. They all know the level of corruption that they are involved in. And so then I can guarantee you that many of them are scared. Trust me, scared out of their own clothes. Because they know that within few months' time, they will be facing the consequence when they lose this general election. Let me say this to Jamaica Labour Party. Regardless of all the trickery that you have in the book, you want to shape Portmore boundaries in order to manipulate, right, the Portmore boundary, right, to gain political mileage, doing that to exclude, right, two mayors, and defranchise the people as it relates to Portmore. Regardless of all the evil that you're doing, you will not prevail. The mercy of God is with the people. You have suppressed the people for far too long. You have fooled the people for far too long. And I tell you, the greatest musician had warned you that you can fool the people sometime, but you can't fool the people all the time. With that said, let me just go to the panel and have Melting Pot meet and greet his people as usual.
Greetings, one and all. I greet you in the true sense of love and admiration for your commitment to the Mystic Sensation show with your host Byron, technical director Anne-Marie, our beloved Pastor Ricky, and I Melting Pot. Well, tonight, you know the topic surely gonna be hot because we have to discuss all the negativity we see going on in Jamaica. Because we all know that this Jamaican Labour Party government is only there to win the election to protect themselves. They don't have an election manifestation that they're going to carry out because they had it for 10 years practically and they haven't done anything. So we know this election that they are trying their very best to win is one that has no significant bearing on the upliftment of Jamaican people, but to protect them from prison. So without any further ado, I hand back the floor to another panel.
All right, thank you for that, Melting Pot. And as what Melting Pot said, that the Jamaica Labour Party pursuing, wanting to win the general election is not to deal with upward mobility as it relates to our Jamaican people and for progress, right? They just want to do that to ensure that they win their ticket, their card out of prison. Having said that, Pastor Ricky, meet and greet.
Good night again, Lady Anne-Marie, the co-captain and the one behind the mouse making everything go nice. God bless you again, Sir Byron. Thanks for the invite. Sir Melton Pot, my general from across the water. Hey, we got to go to the UK one day, man. Big up yourself. Also, everyone in the chat in the future after the live is ended. Good night. God bless you. I just want to say very quickly, happy Jamaica Day. And I just want to say, give thanks to all our four runners like Bob Marley, Peter Touch, Bonnie Wheeler, them, Jacob Killer Miller, everyone, Ronnie Williams, Miss Lou, everyone who made Jamaica what it is today, the culture, the heritage, the rich history, the language that is loved around the world, and even to the newest icon, Usain Bolt, who put Jamaica back on the map with track and field, Shelley and Fraser Price, and every one of them. Big up on yourself. This government has nothing to do with the heritage, the culture, the history of Jamaica. This government has tried to bring down Jamaica. They're anti-democracy. They're anti-Jamaican people. This prime minister pledged an allegiance to the monarch in 2021, and he has one foot in Jamaica, one foot in the UK, England, and that's why he treats the Jamaica people this way. So happy Jamaica Day and celebrate Jamaica. Jamaica is loved around the world. Jamaica is celebrated around the world, and I'm so glad I'm proud to be a Jamaican. Amen. Back over.
All right. Having said that, we are going to say tonight, right? Out with neocolonialism, out with crony capitalism, right? And of course, we are going to get into certain subject matter, right? Remember, people, that a couple of weeks back, as it relates to what being unfolding as it relates to the SSL, and I said clearly, because I am reading them people like a map, right? I said to the Jamaican people, home and abroad, that Paula Llewellyn cannot prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. People, I want you to hear me. So, what Paula Llewellyn is doing now, right, is to find ways and means how to not prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. Remember, we said it. So the best way now that Paula Llewellyn is riding on is the narrative that too much conversation in social media will have an impact on the court's decision, and it will show a level of unfairness, right, to the defendant. And so then that is how Paula Llewellyn wants to ease it off, because Paula Llewellyn knows that I said that she can't prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. Paula Llewellyn know that I am 110% correct. I am telling you, Paula Llewellyn, again tonight, before I start to present certain information, that you can't prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. Because let me tell you why you can't prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. Jean Ann Panthon has all the skeleton in the closet. And if you proceed in doing that, your prime minister is going to be exposed. Your custody is going to expose. Many other members of parliament are going to be exposed. And so you know what? My direction for Bolt and others is to seek external help. Let me say it to Bolt and those who are affected. You will never ever get justice from the Jamaica Labour Party administration. It already planned, it already cooked, right? And they all conspired from the DPP go straight down. So DPP, I know you are listening to me tonight, and I am looking you dead center in the eye and tell you that you will never prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. And remember, anticipate your behavior. And regardless of what I'm saying, right, you have to follow mystic sensation, because you know what I'm saying is true. So regardless of what you want to put it up, right, we know where you lie and where you stand. Now, so all the anti-punky that they are doing, right, trying to do Portmore and shift boundaries and cut out voters and all of that, what they are doing, look, the Jamaican people, they finish with Andrew Holness because they know you. They know you, Andrew, right? They know you. So without any delay, let us show the response from ECJ as it relates to what, right, they have done in the Senate today in terms of passing the bill. Now, when we understand as it relates to, you know, Andrew Holness using his parliamentary majority, right, pass it in the lower house, and of course, in the upper house, yes, they have some different procedures surrounding this type of vote. So it doesn't necessarily mean a 2/3, right, majority for this particular bill to pass. So I want people to understand that, right, as it relates to this particular legislation. doesn't really need tutor where that is concerned based on certain procedures. So now that I explained that, so whether you did have all the People's National Party present in the Senate and you have 10 there, right? It wouldn't change, right? Thing based on the procedure pertaining this particular legislation. So we're clear on that. So let us go where the ECJ, right, is now responding and had responded, right, prior to this. ECJ sounds the alarm over proposed Portmore. Can you just put it up? ECJ sounds alarm over proposed Portmore. All right. Here it is, Chair.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay. Here it is, people. And it's February 28, 2025. Right? ECJ sounds alarm over proposed Portmore parish boundary. The Electoral Commission of Jamaica wrote to Parliament earlier this month advising that the proposed Portmore parish boundary may negatively affect a provision of the Constitution. So they have been warned. So, we are going to take this to court. The Senate is due to debate the bill today. The proposed Portmore parish boundaries may negatively affect the boundaries of a constituency as stated in the second schedule of the Jamaica Constitution, order in Council 1962. Stated the letter signed by Earl Jarrett, chairman of the ECJ, the country's elections authority, right? Jarrett cited the section which states the boundary of a constituency shall not cross the boundary of a parish as delimited by the Counties and Parishes Act or by any law amending or replacing that law. So I don't know which shall not go with this, You understand? So what I can say to them, all their effort in the lower house and in the upper house is going to be a waste. I can tell them that. The letter is dated February 12, 2024, a day after the government used its majority to approve the controversial bill to make Portmore into a parish. It includes the proposed boundary. It also indicated that the issue was raised in June 2024. Let us give them history with the local government ministry, whose portfolio minister is Desmond Mackenzie. He piloted the bill in the House of Representatives. He did not mention any of the concerns or how his ministry may have addressed them before the tabling of the legislation and the vote. That is how honest, that is how dishonest they are. Dishonest they, and the Jamaica Labour Party, right? They want to break all the rules conveniently, that is. The ECJ confirmed on Friday that it sent the letter, right? The commission sent a letter regarding the Portmore parish boundary. The commission has not received a response. A spokesperson told the Gleaner in the email response, the ministry and Garden House acknowledged Gleaner question submitted on Thursday. The issue has been bitterly divisive with the ruling Jamaica Labour Party, right, insisting that the move reflect the wishes of residents in the city of the municipality. Now, that is a lie. Take it away on it.
They made a mistake with the date. It's February 12, 2025.
Okay.
2024.
Yes. That is a vicious lie. A vicious lie, right? As it relates to them seeking consultation from the people. We know based on evidence and based on what we have, which is going to, of course, right, reference into court, right? Because all their efforts in doing that, right, is going to be kicked out of the door. So let us tell them that. Now, without any delay, let us remind, right, as it relates to Warmington, that disrespectful brunch. Let us warn him in terms of what he said here, because this is going to reference in the court, right? Yes. Now look at
For Southwest St. Catherine, Everald Warmington says, with the coming boundary shift in Portmore St. Catherine, the Jamaica Labour Party will create a stronghold in the division. Mr. Warmington, who was addressing party faithfuls at the St. Catherine East Central Joint Divisional and Constituency Conference on Sunday, said the People's National Party will no longer be competition in the Portmore division once the capital is declared a parish. He said with the candidate elections and boundary changes, he is confident that the JLP can establish a stronghold in the East Central St. Catherine division heading into the upcoming local government election.
The most difficult of the three was Portmore Panel, and we have made it much easier now. I've been fighting before 2011. When we had the last boundary change, that Portmore should not go to Spanish Town. And today I'm happy to say that we have the boundary that we wanted all along. Quarry Hill, Lakes Bend, Lime Tree Grove, Range Lane on that side will no longer be in Portmore Panel. So the whole of them people on the left, then the other them is doing it. They won't be able to make a decision anymore.
Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Catherine, Everald Warmington. You know, Mr. Warmington.
So, yes, so take that away, money, take that away, right? So, evidence number one that is going to use as a reference as it relates to what, right, Warmington stated there. That did not come from any People's National Party member. That goes to what we call mens rea. Now let me teach the people what that is in law. Mens rea means intent. So not only that, the Jamaica Labour Party show intent as it relates to mens rea in law, but they go beyond mens rea and utilize now what we call actus reus. Simple means that they think about it mentally, and not only that they think about it, they acted it out. So they take actions to do what Warmington said. So we have mens rea and we have actus reus. So then let me say this to you, right? We know that a crime cannot be committed unless you have mens rea and actus reus working together. And here we have mens rea and actus reus. So Warmington, you spoke about it. You identified the intent of the Jamaica Labour Party. Not only that it was identified, the Jamaica Labour Party carried it out. Clearly. So then this is what we are going to advise the people. And we are going to show our response as it relates to what the People's National Party will be doing as it relates to this Sunday coming, right? And then we bring in the wonderful panel to dissect and chop it up, right? And deliver. Now, let us bring up the 15th parish proposal, right, in the space in terms of the People's National Party response to the situation. All right.
Portmore, St. Catherine, Jamaica. Are you ready to make your voice heard? This Sunday, March 2nd, 2025, history will be made as we come together to stand against the government's controversial 15th parish proposal. This is our time to unite, to speak out, and to protect the future of our beloved communities. People, time come. Join us this Sunday, March 2nd at the Portmore Heart Academy at 5 p.m. sharp for a powerful town hall meeting. No to the government's trick of a 15th parish proposal, hosted by the People's National Party. Hear from some of Jamaica's most passionate and dedicated leaders, including PNP General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell, MPs Fitz Jackson, Denise Daly, and Natalie Nata Garvey. Portmore Mayor Leon Thomas, St. Catherine Mayor Norman Scott, MP candidates Dr. Alfred Dawes, Southeast St. Catherine, Raymond Price, East Central St. Catherine, Damian Crawford, Northwest St. Catherine, and Dr. Kurt Wall, Southwest St. Catherine. They'll be breaking down the issues, answering your questions, and leading the charge to say no to the 15th parish proposal. This is your chance to stand up for your community, your future, and your voice. This is more than just a meeting. It's a movement. It's about protecting our municipality, our vote, and our future. The government's plan affects us all, and it's time to stand together and say enough is enough. Bring your family, bring your friends, and bring your energy. Get there early and get your set. Let's pack the Portmore Heart Academy and show the strength of our unity. This is our time to make a difference. People, time come.
Yes, people, as you hear
Portmore,
that tip,
St. Catherine,
time comes, give it away, honey. Now, and remember, for those in that area, the Portmore area, please, right, be in attendance, right, to make sure that you're coming together to get rid of corruption. What we are talking about, good governance. Definitely, that's what we need. Now, let me now just go to the panel. Now, as it relates to what we are just shown here, right, where, you know, Warmington, right, voices intention. And then, of course, we have seen that the Jamaica Labour Party use their parliamentary majority, right, and push it through Parliament, right, and then through the Senate, right, and forcing this piece of legislation, right, against the people's will, right. You have seen the mens rea as it relates to Warmington, and of course, you have seen the Jamaica Labour Party itself using its 47 majority in Parliament to work this bill through. What say you on this, Pastor Ricky?
Yeah, thank you. Jamaica, my friends in Portmore, let not your heart be troubled. This is not going anywhere. You know, it's interesting because now we have to see what the Attorney General does, because when a bill is passed into the Parliament, it goes to him before it goes to the Governor General. And his responsibility is to ensure that the legality as it relates to constitutionality is not breached. And clearly with the intent, as Warmington spoke arrogantly, which is, you know, these criminals, they are criminals, but they're not smart criminals. So he let the puss out of the bag and tell the whole world what the JLP intention is as it relates to, this is a political act that's going to backfire on them. They didn't do this as it relates to the well-being of the people, to ensure that the people's lives are improved. As we know, the infrastructure and the problems Portmore have, not having a hospital, not having a proper sewage system, not having the right drainage system for the hospital to do surgery, not having a parish court, a market, and so forth. Now, this is it's gonna go to court, and Senator Bunton state that today in the Parliament. Comrade Leader Mark Golden already stated it in several occasions at different presentations, candidate presentations. So we know that this is a breach, as you read from the article, that constituents cannot cross the parish boundary. And that right there alone, with the intent of Warmington to tell the world what their intentions were,
Exactly.
is enough to let the judge kick it out of the court. The same way we see the judge kick out 25 of the criminal prime minister claim. I mean, when it comes to legality, constitutionality, the rule of law, this government cares nothing about that. And this is why we refer to them as criminals, because you cannot consistently breach the law of the land and violate the Constitution and don't think it's not going to have ramifications and consequences. And so basically, you know, this is not going to go anywhere. Just, you know, it's just the process, my friends in Portmore. This is what you're just going to have to deal with for a moment. But at the end of the day, this is not going to go anywhere. Whatever political stunt this is meant to do, and maybe it meant to bring SSL off the radar for a moment and the prime minister criminalities and financial crimes off the radar. But around here, you know, the Titans and Mystic and Rattigan, we can, as they say, walk and chew gum at the same time, do multiple things. And so I just want to say that don't worry about this Portmore. This is what they do in Parliament. They don't honor the rule of law. They don't honor the constitutions. The Constitution of Jamaica, and they are breachers. They're law breakers, not lawmakers. And so, you know, whatever reason they are behind, we know what it is to unseat a duly elected mayor of Portmore. It's to unseat a duly elected St. Catherine mayor as it relates to the municipal. And so to overturn the will of the people reveals that this government, along with the prime minister, is an enemy of the state. They are a threat to democracy, and they don't love the Jamaican people. It's all about self-interest. What's in their own interest that's going to bet. And we can see through the prime minister criminalities to the IC report. It's all about his self-interest, and that's how they govern. It's about the Jamaica Labour Party's self-interest, and it's not about the people's interest. And one last point, as it relates to the DPP, you touched on it earlier, you know, she's between a rock and a hard place, and we've been saying this for weeks. We have already identified, based upon our, you know, sophisticated ways of analyzing and predicting, that she would not. This is when she came out this week to state that it's possible that the defense might want to ask for this to be put off for 3 or 4 years. It's like she want to kick the can down the road because she don't want to touch this case. I'm telling you, because she knows if she touch this case and don't prosecute the players that we know that are involved, it's a possibility that she might go to prison for 20 years after she retired from being the DPP in September coming. So I honestly think she don't want to touch this case. And even if she thinks of throwing it out on technicality to say the public spoke, she must remember that Vibes Cartel case was a huge case worldwide, not just in Jamaica, but Vibes Cartel case went global. Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, Canada, Central South America, and other Caribbean islands. Everybody was talking about Vibes Cartel case all over the world, yet she proceeded with the case based upon what she claimed was tainted jury. And to show you the corruption and the intent of her mind to go forward with a case that should never have gone forward. And that's why it went to the Privy Council, and based upon the technical errors of what she did, they quash the case and send it back to the appeal court for them to make a decision if they want to retry the case or they want to kick it out. So there's precedence to show that, yes, even though the public is involved and the public is speaking on this case because it has public interest, because of Usain Bolt, and because also taxpayers' funding was taken from NHT, NIS, the Banana Board that for farmers. So everybody has an interest in this case, and she cannot tell nobody not to talk about this case. She has the evidence from the Kroll report that she needs to make, that they made recommendations of prosecution, that she needs to act on what Kroll investigators state. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, and as you said, right, for the DPP to be speaking on, you know, people speaking on this high-profile case might jeopardize the case. She need to aware that when people were speaking worldwide on Vibes Cartel case, right, none of that did hinder her from prosecute Vibes Cartel. And even although they were tamper jury, right, that did not stop her. She relied on her own initiative. So now, why now? Why now? Right? So Paula Llewellyn, we have you where we want you. Without any delay, let me bring melting pot in this space.
Well, you know, with all that being said recently in regards to the SSL saga, and listening what Paula Llewellyn is now referring to as the outside, you know, views might damage the case. I want Paula Llewellyn to know that the public will always have a view, the public will always have an opinion, and the public is entitled to their perception. And in no way, shape, or form should these three components jeopardize what the court intention should be. Because these people that sit on cases, right, they are trained professional. So the outside view should not have any implication on what their finding and ruling and outcome should be.
Exactly.
So Paula Llewellyn is trying to, you know, like sell a story that doesn't carry a headline. Paula Llewellyn, you have to understand that critical thinkers have brilliant minds, you know. That's why we are critical thinkers. And your corrupted mind will never canvas over critical thinkers. Because critical thinkers look through the spine of investigation such like SSL that you as a DPP tend to overlook because you are there only protecting your bargaining chips, so to speak. We will have that currently because, I mean, this SSL case should have wrapped up long time ago and you move on to something more of interest. We should have put aside SSL case and the people that are involved should have been behind bars long time and people get back their money. But because of your uncanny behavior, we are still having to be discussing the SSL corruption. Now, everything is cut and dry. And I mean, the entire world has tried the case already. And the entire world know who are the players. I mean, if you can know that from where you stand, and I mean, you are around the players them to Paula Llewellyn, then it's too bad to be true. So I don't want you to come and try to, you know, throw a spanner in the works of what the people on the outside are saying. Remember that the people on the outside, you know, are the common people who have been trampled upon by the regime laws that all of a sudden just spring upon Jamaican life and Jamaican citizens. This law that you people have now is two laws, but the Constitution operates under one law. But for somehow, the high echelon of society have their own laws, and the common people have one. Because I've seen where you have swiftly prosecuted people from the lower community scale of community, and where these people from the upper scale in community have always been, you know, let off scotch-free. Scotch-free. And we keep asking ourselves and wondering why we can't have solution and resolution in high-profile cases, but they keep occurring in ghetto people's life. As a ghetto youth get brought before the justice system, him get sentenced. Why? But when these big so-called rats that is eating out the people them corn in Jamaica commit them crime and atrocity, their case seem to be dragging in the gutter of mud. So we're asking the question, Paula Llewellyn. You need to make sure you do the right thing. Because if you don't do the right thing, you're gonna end up on the wrong side of the law. And you're not bigger than the law because you have the title of DPP. Your time should have, finished long time and you retire. But for somehow you try to keep yourself in the space of the corruption. Because it seems like you sign a deal with the corruptors to work on their behalf. We see where you try to push through certain, civil law where you want to get them changed to suit the suitors, such as the Constitution. We see where you do all manner of evil in a society. And we are telling you that your time has come. The Jamaican people are fed up of you being the DPP. No one have any trust, any belief in you as a DPP. You have far turned your back on the majority of the Jamaican people seeking justice, and you only work for the minority that can provide you with equity. And I yield back to the panel.
All right. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. All right. Now, before we get into the investigation as it relates to getting into dealing with Paula Llewellyn and Broadback, because both of them we are dealing with tonight, right? We want to show that, tell Daryl Vaz, put Daryl Vaz on notice and put Anne-Marie Vaz on notice that guess what? Time come and we are knocking on their door and let them know that time come, because guess what? ISAT Buchanan is working and doing all the right thing. This man put education front and center, right, as it relates to his mandate. And trust me, ISAT Buchanan, I can tell them as it relates to East Portland, right? East Portland is going to get a new member of parliament who is none other than ISAT Buchanan. Let me share some of the details as it relates to what ISAT Buchanan is doing. Great work. Great work, right? Because, great mind will do great things. So without any delay, let me just lift up and show what I
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you feeling? I want to welcome each and every one of you to the Eastern Portland Cocktail Gala 2025.
It's a great event. The music was really nice. It's a fundraiser for the children of Portland. It's a tablet drive event.
We see technology as a tool of national improvement.
We are bridging the gap for the technological divide that's taking place in Jamaica and starting with Portland Eastern.
Since ISAT have been to Portland, it's a great change. It's like a light start to shine in East Portland.
But Mr. Buchanan the same way. If you come in him as a Rasta youth, we just stay here to help the less fortunate and make sure that them can have a better future and a successful future. Be the progress, man, and push forward in power.
I am telling you, trust me, I feel so powerful. ISAT Buchanan has it locked, right? Because of, proactive thinking, right? And thinking, of ways how to definitely improve a society, improve a constituency, and an extension, improve Jamaica, right? Because other MP can follow suit, right? And fit in as it relates to what ISAT Buchanan is doing. And why this is very important. Look why it is very important. It is very important as it relates to what the People's National Party believe in. It is very important as it relates to what Michael Manley believe in, right? That, guess what? All democratic socialism have to study to show themselves approved, right? Believe in education, right? And make sure that, of course, having, right, the information, right? Giving that information to let the world know that education is imperative. Now, Let me say this categorically clear, that in the history of our politics, not one PNP member of parliament has ever pivoted from the education ministry. Look at that, people. Look how important it is as it relates to democratic socialism, as it relates to the People's National Party, who see that education is really fundamental, and that when you have an educated nation, the nation trusts forward. Look at the Jamaica Labour Party. The Jamaica Labour Party have 5 ministers who stole from the Ministry of Education. So what that says to you, right? People's National Party has never ever done that. But the Jamaica Labour Party attempted it 5 times, and we're going to show the evidence tonight. So we want all of the people to move over and we're going to show the evidence tonight. 5 times. 5 times the Jamaica Labour Party attempted to damage our education system. So tell me, a party who is going to attack our education system, rob from our education system, and I see them run one little joke, you know. You understand? And they try to put up one little sitting with rural read. You understand? I ain't not surprised. I wouldn't surprise because that's what they are criminals and they're known for that. So I wouldn't surprise. So I am telling you, showing the electorate. And of course, further on in the clip, we are going to show you, and we are going to show you the names of those persons who not only that we accuse them, of course, we identify them, put them in front of the judiciary, and guess what? The court found them guilty. Yes, we have that evidence to show. So we are saying what sort of nation building that Jamaica Labour Party, right, want to pursue. What sort of nation building? We have seen what the Andrew Holness administration had done under his administration. Again, the Ministry of Education has been attacked. Again, we are talking about $930 billion missing right from out of the education ministry. Again, right? Again. So what you want to do? Give them an next term. You know what? Feel again, attack the Ministry of Education again, and their administration, right? When you look at it, as it relates to how many of our youths pass 5 subjects, as it relates to CXC, only 18%. Because they care nothing about the upliftment of our youths. So what ISAT BUCHANAN is doing, right, is fundamentally important, imperative to know that ISAT BUCHANAN is definitely building education from a tender stage, right? Giving the technology so that it aids those young minds to develop their skills, talent, accessibility to information at their fingertips. Let me tell you something, people. This is what you talk about political talent. Now, Anne-Marie Vaz has been there to run up and down and talk about the thing when I'm spread out on the road. You understand? Look at carpet, and then when you look rainfall again and wash it off. No, Anne-Marie Vaz, you have been here as the MP candidate, getting paid. I think he's not getting paid. You couldn't think of something like this. Anne-Marie Vaz, you couldn't think of something like this. But remember, you have told them, Anne-Marie Vaz, that when they leave from school, them can roll about them can roll about them and niggle. That is your talent, Anne-Marie Vaz. That is your talent. Telling, right, those schoolgoers that when they go to school and after school, them can roll about them and niggle. You understand? You're a worthless person, right? Just in a parliament collecting taxpayers' money for nothing at all. You understand? Nothing at all. And we understand the way how certain structures been built, you know. Right? We understand that. Right? And some of that we are going to get into tonight. So stand by, man. I know say everything when I say tonight and shoot them like eagle, you know. Now, let us show the poll and then we have, of course, the panel break it down again and show how significant that is, the poll. Right? So let us bring up that. Right? ISAT, Buchanan, anyway, there. Big up yourself, my boss. You're a real top general. All right. So this is what we want to show people. To tell Andrew only say, look here, you could have spent all the money what you want to spend and make mystic sensation tell all of the people them. People, whenever the GLP candidate them come in the constituency and let have the money, may I tell you no, take it, name it, and vote them out. Me they tell you something, say people, do I refuse the money? When they come in the constituency, they giving you the money to vote for them. Guess what? Take it, name it, and vote them out. Now, I can show them say Jamaica people done with them. I can show them say Jamaica people done with them. So I left the green for last. When we look on the question, should Andrew Holness continue as a leader of the Jamaica Labour Party without IC certification? Now, just imagine the Prime Minister caught up in a situation like this. Now, where people now asking questions like this. Now, you know what now? Let us look on the no opinion. No opinion reflect a 9.6%. And the yes reflect a 28.3%. Now you know to them 28.3%, you know, have all indication for do with the 28 accounts, you know. Remember, 28.3%, 28
account.
So you know to the 28.3% the people, because they not read it right, you know. The 28 what you see here, so represent the 28 bank accounts. So you know all of them here, so.
What on, my brother? Let me joke something on it.
All of them are so with the 28 people. You understand? Agree. Say yes. The whole of we are thief. This is what the 28 mean. All of us here, we are representing the 28 account, because the whole of we are thief. Now, let's go look for the green. The green represents 62.1%. So make it just, for argument's sake, right? Said out of the 9, make it share that in a half, that we might convince half to come over, right? Now, if we convince half to come over, we automatically know they look for 67%, you know. You understand? And if you give them the half, you understand, you automatically look for about 33%. You understand? So when you look on it, you talk about 67% on a reality basis, right? We just be in the 32 to 33%. So this is a crying shame. When you have 68%, you understand, going saying no to Andrew Holness. Mention for take away.
Yeah, man. Boy, this graphic here very, very informative, you know. Because it's that 28.3 there. We're in favor of the 28 are the 28 bank account, you know. And the three are where we say having 470 odd million.
Exactly. The 23 Imperium positive.
No, hold on, man. Remember, I have 3 bank accounts we're having 400 odd million, you know.
473.
473 million. So the 28 is for the 28 bank account, but the 0.3 symbol the 3 bank account to the 473 million.
Yes.
So that is a very, very, very welcome graphic telling you everything. But let us look at the positive side of things now. We're the 62.1%, you know.
Yes.
Saying him should never be.
Yes.
Yeah. And the 9% are people who not in favor of him really, you know.
Exactly.
But you know, sometimes you have people who don't like to give them views.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
But them not in favor of him. If they were in favor of him, they would have said yes immediately.
Exactly.
Because he is this young brogard type of a prime minister, where's all there for the young people. So Andrew Wallace know without any, you know, form of uncertainty, him know very well say him losing this election.
Definitely.
You understand? And I mean that poll tell you all. The people them spoke already and neglect Andrew Wallace as a leader for the country. Simply because he's a corrupted leader. He's a criminal.
Yes.
And he has abused the rights of the citizens in Jamaica. Ever since he become prime minister, we have seen an high upsurge of Zozo, state of emergency, and all these type of, you know, extreme measures that him unleash upon the society.
Exactly.
We see which part him rob the people them because you have to call that daylight robbery. Because no other country in the world, the leader them did not impose fine upon them citizens in a pandemic. Well, him do that. And him never see it as nothing for trouble him at the time. Him see it as something that, you know, him embrace. Because this guy like to loot, you know. And him loot from all even the poor. Him not have no regard for the poor and the needy. Him loot from them. Because you can imagine a lady who have diabetes. Yeah, where you know she have to get her supply to keep her energy level up. And she go out. And she never really break the protocol by much. She was just on borderline with the time restriction. Yes. But some little criminal police out there where work on behalf of Andrew Wallace, you know, charge her. And the government fine her over 700,000. You understand? And several more citizens pay over 200,000 people lose all them life.
Exactly.
You understand? So we know so the people them reject Andrew Wallace. Because Andrew Wallace look like him thinks a 9-day wonder as something that exists. No, it not exists no more. Social media keep things in the people perception. You understand? It keep them informed. It keep them up to date and it keep reminding them. That's what social media does. So people will never forget the atrocity of the pandemic. The illegal election, that's what I'm going to call it. Because no other country, apart from Trinidad, and Trinidad never have the pandemic, you know, upsurge what Jamaica have. But it still affect them in the long run. So if all the Trinidad and Jamaica keep an election in the pandemic. And what it does, it kill over 7,000. Over 7,000 people. And this government never take the blame for that. Never. So people who lose all them grandmother, them mother, them father, them sister, them brother, they remember these things. These are component elements that sink the Andrew Wallace corrupted government. So Andrew Wallace have to just relinquish the baton, yeah. And as a matter of fact, we know it's all because, you know, we don't have the system in place to move you. That's the only reason why you will continue upon the people ballot, but you shouldn't depend on it.
True.
You're a criminal. The world know that you're a criminal. You're a dictator. use a mastermind of cruelty towards your own citizen. So the people don't want anything to do with Andrew Holness and the Jamaica Labour Party government. You have suffered the people, you have taken away even gifts that come to the country to help them through the pandemic. Nobody see that money. Billions of dollars. It don't reach the people that it's intended for. It reached somewhere unintended. And we know it's a loot that you keep most of it and your cronies keep some of it. Because we don't see any work done on the ground. People were starving.
Mm-hmm.
People were calling for aid through GoFundMe program, calling families in the diaspora. People calling people randomly, asking for help. When so much help come from overseas counterparts and it never reach the people. So we're asking the question, should Jamaican people be stupid and give you a third term? I don't think so.
Exactly.
The Jamaica people will never have anything to do with the Jamaica Labour Party for about 150 years, if I'm being precise. They will leave the platform of politics in Jamaica for a very long time. Because when a wicked regime reigns, remember it reign must come to an end.
Mm-hmm.
And this regime has wreaked havoc on the Jamaican society, mash up the education system as it relates to billions, $900 billion
mm-hmm.
cannot be accounted for. We are seeing where Jamaica is now only attaining 18% of our students getting 5 subjects in CXC examination. That is 1.8 out of every 10. Not even 2 students. 1.8 out of every 10 students get 5 subjects. That is a low percentage. I remember Jamaica have the largest population in the English-speaking Caribbean.
Yeah. Well,
Jamaica
not cut your melting pot, but bear in mind that today's Friday's Jeopardy, and we have to, construct our time in terms of put that into the mix as well.
All right, I'm going to wrap up on this point,
Yes.
Yeah, so we are looking at education, I know so well then, the damage education. But without education, you can't build a nation, You have a fall short of brain power. And brain power is what the 21st century I use right now. Brain skill, brain knowledge. And I yield back to another member of the panel.
All right, Pastor Ricky, take it away because we want to get into the DPP and Broadback. All right, take it away.
Thank you. Big respect, Comrade Attorney ISAT. Congratulations on a successful tablet drive last weekend in terms of reaching out to children to equip them with the tools and the equipment that they will need to empower them in terms of their academia skills. We salute to Attorney Comrade ISAT Buchanan, the next Member of Parliament for East Portland, that will spill over into West Portland and unseat that criminal over there as well. Now, what this poll is revealing is that if you look at it from any perspective, whether you want to say 6 out of every 10 Jamaicans, whether you want to say 60 out of every 100 Jamaicans, whether you want to say 600 out of every 1,000 Jamaican, whether you want to say 600,000 out of every 1 million Jamaicans, the truth of the matter is that a bigger majority, or more than half of the majority of Jamaicans, is revealing that the Prime Minister needs to resign. Basically, that's what this poll is telling us. He cannot get his statutory declarations certified because he's a criminal. And the IC report reveals that he was involved in money laundering, He was involved in racketeering. He was involved in tax evasions. He was involved in conspiracy to commit fraud to investment company like Beretta. And so he also abuses power. These are evidence in the IC report that history can never be rechanged no matter who takes over the chairmanship of the Integrity Commission or whichever commissioner is appointed. The truth of the matter, the prime minister is a criminal and he should be prosecuted and indicted. Only in a banana republic you will have someone that did this, rob from the poor, steal from the taxpayers, and enriching in himself and want to hold on to power. This would never have happened in any first world country in Europe, North America, Canada, or even in Australia, because countries that are true democracy follow the rules of law and are guided by a constitution. This prime minister, according to the IC report, is a criminal. He should do, if he has any ounce of decency left inside of him, he should do the honorable thing and resign from office. You cannot lead a nation when you have breached trust and confidence with the people by your acts of criminality. Let me say it again. You cannot even talk to the criminals in the street that you call gangs and tell them to stop doing wrong and to the citizen when you're the chief scammer, the chief criminal in the country. You have to resign. Do the right thing. You have brought Jamaica into disrepute, and it's time to set Jamaica free so that a new government can come in and clean up the mess and ensure that you and your cronies that are involved in cronyism, nepotism, skullduggeries, and all the government contracts, all of that loop in one pot, be prosecuted and sent straight to prison. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right, very good. Now, all right, we are going to get down, right, as it relates to dig into the situation with Paula Llewellyn, right, and deal with Mr. Broadback, right? But before we get there, maybe we have a little vibes, right, in the house, right, on this particular clip before we get into that. And then we get into the heart of things. All right, a little vibes in the house, people. Want to take in this, right?
Power music, so for the people that will understand the power music, as me say. Any situation, a stressful situation, cry. What you know what we say? Hello, friends. Hey, sing and tell the people them. Hey, fight you for what you know we have. Break free from all them shit and the shopping. So I'm going to say I wanna break free. Hey, what you say? Break free from all them shit and the shopping and them mental space. Can't take no. Hey, hold on, play low. Message. Listen. It's been a while. We've been living like this. So living in our minds, taking program like a cheap, and it's never right. But when you can't make a choice, how can it be for me and I only decide? No, I wanna take control, live my life and play my role. Oh no, don't try hold me down. What the fire burning down? What you know we are?
Take it away. I'm telling you, Jamaica,
yeah, man.
Want you to break free. You understand, from the bands of corruption and all of them things there, from politicians suppressing us. Break free. You understand me? I say, right, the vibes. If you don't want it again one more time, I want to say,
get them now.
One more time.
Get them
again one more time before we touch the corruption. You understand? Because we have to make sure we are telling them, say we are break free from the corruptors, right? Breaking free from the corruptors. No joke about that. This is what I'm saying. All right. Yes. Lift up that one more time. All right. Vibes up the place. You know, and then we deal with the corruptors. You know? All right. Lift it up one more time.
That's the power of music. So for the people that will understand the power of music, as me say, I end the situation, a stressful situation, cry. What you know what we say? Hello, hey, sing and tell the people them, hey, Vikings, so what you know we have break from all them chains and the shackles. So what me say, I wanna break free. Hey, what you say, break free from all them chains and the shackles and their mental space. Nothing up. Hey, hold on, play low. Message. Listen. It's been a while. We've been living like this. To living in a mind state program like a cheap, but it's never right. But when you can't make a choice, how can it be for me and I only decide? No, I wanna take control, live my life and play my role. Oh no, don't try to hold me down. Whatever you're burning down, what you know we are.
Pull up. Let us move to the corruption. You understand what I'm saying? Break free, right?
Yeah,
from
man.
undueness, corruption. Now, let us hear what Paula Llewellyn had to say to us. As I said, we predict her. We had predicted her. You understand? Because we study the entire SSL. We know the players of SSL. We know how SSL came about. We know that SSL sprang out of Parcheng Young and Associates. We know that they resurfaced themselves as it relates to Bruce Golding-led government. We know that, of course, in 2011, while Andrew Holness, you understand, took over the government from Bruce Golding, SSL activate, ready, plan to execute. And in doing so, right, believing that he's going to win the election, Portia Simpson, right, hit him. And we break free from that spell at the time. However, SSL was already launched. Mama P administration flagged SSL. Definitely. Right? And definitely stop them. Right? However, the 2016 general election, Andrew Holness, people, right? And in 2017, Andrew Holness reissued the license to SSL. Now, Sir Paula Llewellyn, while you're coming out, we know very well that you cannot prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. Because if you prosecute Jean Ann Panthon, what are you going to do? You're going to prosecute Andrew Holness? Are you going? You don't have the guts to do it. So don't run out.
She can't. She's scared.
You know what I'm going? It's, people don't speak about it and we are speaking about it. SSL is the Jamaica Labour Party crime. And the host of that crime is you, Kruskin. So guess what? You are not going to stop us because this is going to pull out the entire intestines of the Jamaica Labour Party. And you know that part of it. You know this. You cannot hide. In terms of playing your political hands, your political hands is dead and center with the Jamaica Labour Party. You run over Big Mama and say, you know that I'm not politically biased? Because look at it. As it relates to Dudus, right? I had to sign up treaty and have Dudus sent away because they couldn't do better.
She was forced by the US.
Couldn't do better. You're under pressure by the United States government. So you use that as an example to show you how you're tricky and deceitful. As if to say you're fair and balanced. Eh? As if to say you're fair and balanced. You're not fair and balanced. Let me tell you why you're not fair and balanced. Now, when it comes to the gun situation in terms of Peter Phillips and Peter Bunting, right? you definitely proceed as it relates to charging them. But when it comes to Darrell Falls, right, and it comes to the one in St. Mary, you didn't do anything. After Montague, you did not do anything. You did not do anything. But let us hear it for a while. Let us hear it for a while without any hesitation. Play the script.
Sister Taylor, thank you so much for that super chat. Really appreciate
Bless
it.
up, Sister
Thank
Taylor.
you so much. Bless up yourself.
All right. Let us fling her out, honey.
Okay.
Let us bring her outside so that people can see her for who she is. Think that she's smart, she's prudent. Right? You know that you're corrupted.
Up first this evening, the renewed public discourse about the issues at Stocks and Securities Limited now puts the matter, which is before the courts, at risk of being thrown out.
The Director of Public Prosecutions, Paula Llewellyn, sounded the alarm in a detailed statement today.
Ramarda Lyons reports.
There are no guardrails in the court of public opinion. That warning from Director of Public Prosecutions Paula Llewellyn regarding the SSL fraud matter. She says several aspects of the case have been sprinkled across the public by many players.
We, as stakeholders in the administration of justice, have to make sure that we pay every respect and regard to the parameters, the guardrails that are set in the law.
The matter is set to return to the Criminal Case Management Court in the Home Circuit Court on March 20 to facilitate the settling of issues, including the mode of trial, whether by jury or judge alone, and the date of trial. But given what she described as excessive public discourse, all of that can be jeopardized.
It may have an unintended consequence to undermine not only the trial of Ms. Panthon as it relates to fairness to her in the process.
Jean Ann Panthon, former employee of SSL, is currently before the Home Circuit Court, charged on an indictment with 22 counts pertaining to allegations of falsification of accounts, forgery, uttering forged documents, larceny by a servant, offenses under the Cybercrimes Act and the Proceeds of Crime Act. But Ms. Llewellyn says there's more at stake.
It may undermine the ongoing investigations into different aspects of the matter that I'm aware has been continuing.
Justice Minister Delroy Chuck agreed, reinforcing the DPP's concerns.
We must not try a case in public, and we must allow the evidence to be gathered, and once the evidence is gathered and the file is ready, then the case can be tried in court. I think, as the DPP has pointed out, there's too many opinions floating around. And if you ask me, a fair amount of it is mischievous.
Mr. Chuck says especially where political players are weaponizing the case.
I don't want to get into the political nuances. The truth of the matter is, it's obvious that a certain amount of fraud was committed. Let's get to the root of it. That fraud, to the best of my knowledge, has no political basis, and therefore don't make it into a political tug-of-war.
Ramarda Lyons, TVJ News.
Take them away now. Take them away. Let me deal with them. Let me deal with them, people. Never in the history, as it relates to the judiciary and the public court of opinion, that a case or any case is going to rely on the public opinion. Now let me say this to Paula Llewellyn and say this to the Injustice Minister. That when you have a case going on in court, the judge decide on the merit of the evidence. The judge don't decide on the merit of public opinion. Never yet happened in the history. The court, the judge, look on the evidence presented in front of her he's saying. But then if we come out here, so the public, right? And many persons said, okay, all right, Andrew Holness is guilty. Are you going to go into the court and said, Judge Mystic Sensation said Andrew Holness is guilty. Please come with a guilty verdict. Is that what the judge depend on? Or the judge depend on the evidence? Huh? Remember, we have the burden of proof. And for certain cases, it is structured that when it comes to felony and certain cases, high-profile case, you have to have the burden of proof. That means you have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt when you have a felony case. Right? And that's why they have layers, DPP. That's why they have layers of the burden of proof. You have the preponderance of guilt, right? You have beyond a reasonable doubt, and it goes on. Who you think you can fool? Who you think you can fool? So then when you have, let me ask you a question, paralleling. Were you listening to the public as what Pastor Ricky said earlier as it relates to Vybz Kartel case? When many of Vybz Kartel supporters are saying that Vybz Kartel was innocent. I am not here to say Vybz Kartel innocent or guilty, but I am saying, did you listen to that? No, obviously not. You brought the case right against Vybz Kartel and have him convicted. But paralleling, I am going to show you evidence where you are going on your own words because you yourself paralleling. Parliamentarians, and you say to the parliamentarians, you said this paralleling out of your own mouth that you don't listen to parliamentarians, you depend on the evidence. You never know somebody have the evidence there. You never know somebody have the evidence there. Yes, paralleling, have the evidence. And we go before the people, them the evidence in terms of what you have said. Remember, parliamentarians carry more influence than social media, because they are legislators, right? Nobody, we in a social media as ordinary bloggers. We are not legislators. But if you can stand up against the parliamentarians, right? Even although they are legislators, and you saying to them that you don't listen to them, you listen, you deal with the evidence at hand. Probably you said this, so how you are not now and say something else? Eh? Because you know that this case, it's going to lead to Andrew Holness. Plain and simple. So then, let me show the people what you have said as it relates to the parliamentarians. We have you in a parallel. We have you solid. Now, without any delay, let us insist role is about law, not politics. And you said that parallel with it. Let us live up this, and then we have the panel to break it down. You never know, so we'll catch up with this parallel with it. Llewellyn insists role is about law, not politics. Now let us read. The country chief prosecutor has dismissed criticism of her tenure from the parliamentarian opposition, declaring, I don't give currency to the saying of politicians. So you give no currency to the saying of social media. You say you're a big dirty hypocrite. Come on. You say you're a big dirty hypocrite anyway. The Director of Public Prosecution, DPP, resumed duties on January 15 after a 9-month hiatus caused by the judgment of the Constitutional Court in a lawsuit filed by members of the opposition People's National Party. That ruling has since been overturned. Llewellyn was supposed to step down in September 2020 after turning 60, but she remained in office through a 3-year extension granted by the government and a constitutional amendment raising the retirement age of the DPP to 65. The parliamentary opposition, starting with its previous president, Dr. Peter Phillips, has raised strong objections to Llewellyn's continued tenure in the position she has held for more than 16 years. But during an interview with the Sunday Gleaner, come on now, Llewellyn said her focus is not on the utterances of politicians. So while your focus is on the utterances of social media blogger, but on being transparent and accountable to the public and to make decisions that are based on the law and the evidence. But you must know, politicians have narrow interests and it's all about themselves and gaining or keeping state power. She said, before quickly adding, I hope that's not disrespectful. This is what Paula Lewin is going to say. Paula Venezuela didn't just come here overnight. I have been doing this for 40 years. I have been DPP for 16 and odd years. And I have worked on a different administration. Llewellyn added. She noted that her tenure, she has made adverse decisions against well-known persons connected to both the PNP and the ruling Jamaica Labour Party. She cited as example of extradition of drug kingpin Christopher Dudoscope, when it's also cheap, wicked and lie. Yeah? You cited that, right? Which I don't know, you don't have no control over this because it is the United States who pressure you outside. Because you wouldn't do it. Because you never do it before. Using the mutual legal assistance treaty to obtain search warrant of ministers in the JLP government, right? Unfortunately, some persons have not been around as long as I have been. It's as simple as that. This is not my first rodeo, said the Llewellyn, the country first female DPP, right? So I'm showing you now, Paula Llewellyn, here, where you're clearly stating, right, as it relates to what you're saying, that you don't listen to politicians, right? I don't give currency to the saying of politicians, right? This is what he's saying. You don't give currency to the saying of politicians. You understand? You follow the law. So then why are you give currency, right, to the sayings of social media? Why Paula Llewellyn? Take away on it. I want to know why Paula Llewellyn is doing that, right? Because she cited in terms of following the law, right? So here we said you are compromising the independence of the office by doing so, and as such the perception will arise that the incumbent who is the beneficiary of his extension will be somehow beholden to the executive. It is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. Right? So, where you are saying that, okay, for a politician criticism, right, you don't give, you don't give credence or listen to politicians, right? You make your decision based on the law. So then let me ask you a question. The politicians are more powerful than social media bloggers. So if you tell the politicians that you don't listen to them, or they cannot control your decision-making process, because in extension, that is what you're saying. What you pay attention to, as according to what you say, right, is the rule of law. Is the rule of law. So then, Paula Llewellyn, let me say something to you. Don't pay attention to social media bloggers. Justice Minister Delracha, don't pay attention to social media bloggers. Pay attention to the rule of law. And evidence provided, right? You follow the evidence. Follow the evidence. Social media bloggers. But, all right, you have President Trump, right, who involved in Bangarang. And the United States media everywhere, people talk, people this, people that. Did that weigh the judgment of Donald Trump? Was that having a bearing to put Donald Trump in front of the judge? Was that having a bearing? So kind of foolishness I tell the people themselves. So let me have Melting Pot kick the one away. Go ahead, Melting.
Well, Paula Llewellyn failed once again in her attempt to silence social media bloggers and social media interactor. You understand? Because, I mean, Paula Llewellyn know that, you know.
Yes.
We speak the truth around here. We don't tell lies. We don't come with PR to trick people. And this is why Paula Llewellyn is having a nervous breaking down now as it relates to what is coming from the social media platform, especially from platform like a Mystic Sensation, platform like Man in the Wilderness, platform like Aromatic, yeah, Bolo and them guys, you understand? So we have the evidence in front of us. We have documents that we look through, yeah, and we go as far back as from the 90s meltdown. And what we have uncovered are certain players still playing the games, certain players still participating in fraudulent corruption as it relates to finance in Jamaica, as it relates to the fraud in the Jamaican investors. So when we look through the binocles and see the players still out there participating, then it raises red flag. And so we have our views, our opinion, and our perception. And we have our people who interact with the shows that have their own views and their perception as well. And this should not affect a case one way or the other. If Paula Llewellyn is, adamant that she don't listen to not even politician, then she should be a tough DPP. But Paula Llewellyn, you're very flexible when it comes to the hierarchies that bend you. You understand? And yes.
What's the song she was dancing to, Melting Pot? What's the song name what she was dancing to?
Turn it around and push it back in. You understand? You're all over the place. We see you with them. We know the type of friend and company where you keep, high society. And you're in the space of a DPP only to preside and administrate on their behalf. But what you done to the small people from the ghetto, where you are a product of the ghetto. Because remember, I just about Premacall, you're born and grow, off the boulevard, You're a community there right beside Ma Valley. We know everything. Yeah? Me know you from your little girl that grew up. Me see you in the place. Because I used to attend Premacall Methodist Scout Troop up at the Methodist Church, up at the top. Come right down at the bakery, almost in front of your yard, come by patty and cocoa bread after scout meeting finish. We know you a long time. So we know you not come from no upper class society, but you join force with these people because of greed. And what you can achieve. And you work for them, you don't work for the people, you don't use your office as it's intended for. You break the laws and the rule of your office. And you work against the people, the massive. So you can't come shut you up because you know, so we keep this thing alive. We keep it burning. We keep it in the people's interest. We keep it in their mind so they remember everything that's going on. Because I keep telling you guys, this is not like 20, 25 years ago. This is social media time. This is when people can sit in their living room anywhere, even in the cars, and discuss with people from right around the world. No, this is your problem. Too many people are seeing you as a corrupted DPP. You are the first female DPP, and you are the worst DPP. The worst DPP Jamaica could end up with, because you don't serve no purpose. If we had a transparent DPP who preside over the real law and the rules of law, this case would have been done with, because this is a cut and dry case from the beginning.
Definitely.
This is not a case that should be, still sitting around your desk and not being addressed. But what you do, you're trying to use statute of limitation and think it was gonna work. We are saying no to that fraudulent laws that you guys create. Because I know cases in first world country are 50, 60 years, them still live and active, as long as them never finalize with them cases there. They are still live and active. So you cross-creep has been playing the game in Jamaica around his GLP counterparts. Let I make it be clear. Nothing to do with partisan or politics. I'm just identifying who he aligns himself with. And he can only operate in the space of corruption in Jamaica when the Jamaica Labour Party is in power. He can't do that in a PMP period of time in office. Because PMP don't put up with slackness. PMP run the government and the country in order. No slackness, no corruption, no theft. So you find yourself now with your back against the wall because we've been telling you that you cannot charge Jean Ann Panthon. Because we know what happened with Jean Ann Panthon. Jean Ann Panthon said it herself that she was coerced into making a falsified statement against herself. But when we look at what was tabled in front of us, this was coming out of our accountant office, where there was a graphic of withdrawal names and, long list dating back from more than 10 years ago. She couldn't remember all of that to compile that. And the way it was done, it shows it coming from the accountant office. So she was only told because she was around the players and saw what they did in the 90s and knew that they get off that criminal activity scot-free. So she were being, told that the same thing was gonna happen and you get a big payout, just sign this and that's what she do. That's all she do. But it's sad that she, couldn't be a person of moral within herself and say, no, I'm not getting involved. You guys use Jean Ann Panthon to cool off the heat of a cross-creep and the Prime Minister of cross-creep son. Jean Ann Panthon was made the scapegoat to take the pressure and the heat off those people. Jean Ann Panthon now have nothing to do with it because she can't move the money. Because I can tell anybody, Jean Ann Panthon, the signature cannot approve the check them.
Can't.
Is the chief accountant and the CEO signature of the bank where you look on. Jean Ann Panthon is just an advisor, working out there and trying to advise people into the investment fraud scheme of them have. And I yield back to another member of the panel.
All right, very good. Before I go to Pastor Ricky, let me just take this call. Let me just call about this person, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, man.
Okay. All right. Pastor Ricky, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Listen, the DPP and the criminal prime minister are the two most scrutinized persons in Jamaica right now. And sadly, whenever these people speak, it shows you the corruptness of their heart and their intentions. And it reveals the word that they speak, that they are corrupt. We all know that corrupt DPP is the guardian against prosecution for criminals in the Jamaica Labour Party and the government. And so we saw how the corrupt justice minister, who is also an officer of the court, fight very hard when her tenure was expired last year, September, to have her be reinstated to come back in the government because they know she's the guardian against prosecution and she prevents criminals in the government from going to prison. But I just want her to know that what she came out and said this week, it's not her role. Sir Byron, I don't know if you have the video where you can play when she said a wise prosecutor will collaborate with investigators and act upon the investigators' recommendation. That's her word. That's not my word.
Yes, that's true.
And so what we have here now is a DPP who's compromised and should not sit in the office of the Director of Public Prosecution. She's political aligned, and she's covering and trying to protect the criminal prime ministers and all the players that's involved in the SSL, the greatest heist of taxpayers' money and U.S. funds in the history of Jamaica. The SSL Ponzi scheme is the mother of all scandal in the whole entire history of Jamaica. And this is not her role to suggest that the public interest is going to cause the prosecution to probably not be able to move expeditiously or judicially to make the prosecution on these players. Her role, as she stated, is to take what the investigators delivered onto her. The Kroll and Associate Forensic investigators from the United Kingdom, UK, England, already investigated the case. They have already conducted interviews. Last Sunday, the Gleaner, Granny, a 78-year-old grandmother, already stated that she was interviewed by members of the Kroll and Association investigator. And so the investigators already made recommendation. They have already identified the players that should be prosecuted. That's her, the DPP friends and close associates that she hang out at Ribbies with and dance to all type of music. All she has, I don't want to say, but
turn it around and push it
Turn
back
it
in.
around and push it back in.
Turn it around and push it back in.
So,
I don't want to sing the next line. It might, create a euphoria up on the platform tonight. Whoa, the water running.
All she has to do is act on the recommendation of the investigators and make the prosecution and leave it alone. If you don't want to prosecute, retire and let the next DPP come in and do the work. But don't come out and tell social media that they don't have a right to speak on matters that are public interest when we have constitutional rights of free speech. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Thank you very much. Now, earlier I said, because we are leave Broadback, because we're going to touch Broadback after this, but I want to show Jamaican people, when we were talking about ISAT Buchanan in East Portland and the goodness that he's doing for education as it relates to the young, vibrant minds, right, to make, you understand, leadership out of them. And we have seen where the Jamaica Labour Party damage, right, education. Because let me tell you something. Neocolonialism, right, are neocolonialist, right, and crony capitalist. They don't want to see the developing countries, right, developed and can be independent of IMF, independent of World Bank, just like what is happening in Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso, as it relates to Ibrahim Traoré, run them out, run out the IMF, you understand, World Bank, and say they don't want any loans from them. You understand, depend on their people and pass policies, you understand, and deal with education in such a way. So I love very much how ISAT Buchanan took that model, right? Dealing with education to build our nation. But look, I am going to show the evidence as it relates to roughly about 4 or 5 members of parliament as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party administration who continue to rob from our education system. So let me show the evidence. So this is what we want to show, right, to make the comparison with the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party, that they know they are not here for our progress because they don't believe in educating us so we can free from them. They don't believe that. right? They are slave drivers. This is the same thing why they fight against Michael Manley as it relates to democratic socialism. They did want democratic socialism to be alive because democratic socialism was going to build and educate the people of Jamaica. And that is one of the reasons why Michael Manley had established Jamal. But since we talk too much, let me show you the evidence. And we want to ask any Jamaica Labour Party people to dispute it. And we want you to tell us, right, on the campaign, which, in the history of our politics, which PNP member of parliament has ever stolen any money from our Ministry of Education. I am telling you that Jamaica Labour Party is worthless set of people. Now let us play the proof. Taking corruption to another level. Let us play the proof. And this is a KC lawyer, right? KC lawyer. So it's not, you know, any just ordinary person who spoke of that, right? We are going to give you the evidence as it relates to his research and evidence, right, that he's presented, right? So this is it, people, where that is concerned. Let us lift up that and show the people. We want to show the people the evidence. So when we are here, right, speaking, we definitely present the evidence so that the people can see it. And this is Churchill Nita, King Council Churchill Nita, taking corruption to another level, right? August 1st, 2020. Look on what Churchill Nita established. And these are solid evidence from out of the courts. The present wave of corruption in public office is unprecedented in modern Jamaica. However, corruption is not new to the Jamaica Labour Party. It's a shame. The party boasts a well-established tradition of corrupt behavior as JLP ministers of government have presided over wanton robbery of the public purse. And some of them have been convicted and sentenced to serve time in prison. Because many people in Jamaica, you know, believe that it was only Jack Smith that Portia Simpson sent to prison. No, not only Jack Smith. Several of them. Now, in the 1950s, former JLP Minister of Education, Joe Z. Malcolm, was sentenced to 12 months at hard labor. JLP, this a lie. When you can disapprove this, for defrauding his constituents. Malcolm's successor in the Ministry of Education, again, you know, L.L. Simmons, was next. He was convicted in July 1954 for breaches of the Official Secret Acts and sentenced to 15 months at hard labor. In the decade of the 1960s, the former Minister of State in the Ministry of Education, again, you know, Arthur Burt, may well have been the third to face the courts and be sentenced for his role in the corrupt handling of the school building program between 1967 and 71, financed by the World Bank. A report from the Commission of Inquiry established to probe the matter stated that although suggestions of a grave character were made before the commission involving Dr. Burke, he fled the island to avoid appearing before the commission and facing criminal charges. Now, in February 1990, Jack Smith, now, former JLP Minister of Labour, was charged with receiving $70,000 deemed by the Director of Public Prosecution to have been unlawfully obtained from farm workers' savings. You saw them low? You saw them low? He was also charged with conspiracy to defraud. He was found guilty and sentenced to 5 years in prison at hard labor. A long time the Jamaica Labour Party for that way, you know. One would have thought that the GLP would want to break with its tradition of corruption. And now remember, you know, this SSL never in this yet, you know. And listening to Prime Minister Owen's lofty pronouncement of integrity at its swearing in, many Jamaicans expected honesty and transparency from the new government. Thief like a puss. Instead, What we have experienced is an administration that has taken corruption to another level. Kiss me teeth, man. Former GLP Minister of Education here and Rural Reid was hastily removed from office to facilitate a full investigation of the reports of corruption. So now 4 of them that know, you know, nepotism and misappropriation of public funds with the ministry as well as its agencies, including Carry-on Maritime University. Andrew Wheatley has been relieved of his ministerial responsibility after exposure of widespread corruption in the agencies for which he had portfolio responsibility. We anxiously await the reports from ongoing investigation in the Petrojam scandal. At present, in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, which is under the microscope, and this by no means exhausts the list of corrupt practices that have been exposed since the Holness administration has taken office. Take that away. Now, Pastor Ricky, melting pot. We have shown now the history of Jamaica Labour Party putting out the funds, right, as it relates to taxpayers' money. Can they show something like that where the PNP is concerned? Speak to us, melting pot.
No, they cannot. Because, I mean, when you're looking at these things happening for over 75 years now, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. The GLP activists, them, always seem to think that the taxpayers' money belongs to them and them can't do anything with it. Because you just point out 4 Minister of Education,
yes,
and 1 Minister of Labour,
yeah,
and then the man was mining and energy, Wheatley, a Petrojam,
SSL United,
SSL doing it, and then remember, you know, we see we are tough tongue, take 85 million and give it. That's gone to him. So we can't even start add up the amount of corruption where these people carry out over them time in our politics. And this is why Jamaica cannot rise. People ask me in the UK, you know, why Jamaica can't rise. And it have so much going for it.
Because of them.
And I tell them it's just down to a section of the society when them come into office. Corruption is the reason why Jamaica stagnated and can't grow. One party grow it, one party kill it.
Exactly.
But education, you don't think they would have sympathy. Them people don't have sympathy for education.
No.
If Jamaican become educated, you know, them can't trick the people, you know. Exactly. Because this party only participate by telling lies and tricks to the Jamaican electorate. Because as we show on the Titan and several occasions, they have no achievement to show. It's not like the People's National Party, you can say all of them bill, you know, in the country, you know, the infrastructure and the jobs creation where them bring come at Jamaica and what them do to uplift Jamaica and keep Jamaica going forward. These people who have nothing but corruption. So if you educate the people, them are going to learn about the corruption, don't?
Exactly.
So them don't want to educate the people, them.
And it's obvious.
So they always steal from the education funds. Now look upon a little nastiness like cruel rural read. Come take a 55 million. After I get paid to do a job. Plus him was the principal for Jamaica College. So him never badly off, you know. Because he had a very well paid job. To begin with before Andrew drive into politics. Andrew drive into politics because Andrew find him very, very easy to manipulate. But as an educator, him shouldn't be easy to manipulate because he should have common sense to know that Andrew Wallace carry him in a situation where he might find him reputation tarnished and him image gone forever.
Yes.
You understand? I know the school board at Jamaica College, you want to hear me mention, you know. Don't even want to hear that piece of shit name mentioned. Because that's a proud traditional high school with some very bright students graduated from that institution of learning. And he has brought Jamaica College name into disrepute.
Exactly.
Because he's the only principal that gone into the Ministry of Education. The rest come through politics. You understand? But he was recruited from Jamaica College specifically to come into the Ministry of Education. And you want to tell me, say, after serving in our classroom and in our school, and you know what education does to a young child growing up. It shapes them, it molds them into their future when they becomes adult. But him take away all of that. 55 million. So these people have no sympathy for the youths them in Jamaica. And this is why you see them even killing them now on the street. Remember Jamaica government, you know, tell the youth them, you know, say, them for meet them maker, them are going to end them till them teeth kin. Them to leave them on the ground and put them in a hospital, in an ambulance to seek medical attention. What type of message is that sending to the young minds?
Exactly.
Eh? Because what? The government don't care about the young minds of the country. They don't have anything as it relates to, you know, upliftment for these young people in the country. So if we kill them out, we don't have nothing to put in place for them because, you know, we get rid of them. This is the mentality we see.
Yeah.
This is just what they are doing. And, you know, it grieves me. Because when we have the high level of crime, you know, it's down to education and job creation, you know. If you have education and job creation, these people wouldn't get involved in crime. We'd have less crime in our country.
All right.
We'd have more brilliant mind to, you know, get the country productivity going. But it's sad. I just sorry we don't have enough time to really divulge in the way. So I just have to yield back to another member of the panel. But
all
it's
right.
sad.
Before I have Pastor Ricky speak, let me just take this call here. Caller, you're on Mystic Sensation Live. Go ahead, please. Good evening, my brethren.
Mystic Sensation couple and your two panelists.
All right.
Pastor Ricky and
Bless
brother Melting Pot.
Big up, my brother.
When I listen to the discussion, it is just one thing remain constant in all of this. When I really observe, it's a web of corruption from all angles with this government.
Definitely.
Every one of them you think about as representing the people. It is almost undiluted corruption. But the thing is that it starts with the head, you know, and that is where the problem lies, you know. The head is so compromised, according to Pastor Ricky, which I agree 100%, that he himself can't bring any form of disciplinary action to his subordinates. Because he's doing that, they know that he's compromised and he's corrupt. I mean, when you look at a man that over the past, not 1 year, not 2, not 3, but going 4 years now, that his statutory declaration cannot be certified as a prime minister. And also, he's being investigated by the Integrity Commission for Illicit Enrichment. No, you know, I just can't wrap my mind around passing the prime minister status right now. And in my mind, I have no hesitation to dub him the enemy of the state. I mean, as simple as that.
True.
To me, he appears as though he is really the enemy of the state.
That's how it appears. Definitely.
And a threat to democracy.
And as such, it is kind of generating this type of dishonesty and corruption because it is just going unabated. And the sad thing about it, in my mind, is really bringing the office of the Prime Minister into disrepute. Yes. And the people of Jamaica is being invited to events to speak, and people sit in front of them and a clap. And I mean, to know that this man is so tarnished, I can't figure it out, sir. And although it is like a stock record, especially for me, but still have to make a contribution to express my disgust with the Jamaican people and how a man could be embraced and he's so corrupted. And I'm sure it was if the current opposition was in office, it could never happen.
Could never.
The private sector would never allow that to happen, or the churches for that matter. But no, all the people in a civil society seem to be silent. I can't understand why. So, I mean, when I look on the Prime Minister, I have to dub him the enemy of the state, believe you me.
All right.
Good night, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, man. Big up, caller.
Yeah, the caller is on point.
Yeah, man.
The caller is very, very much on point, right? Because in terms of how the Prime Minister has been tarnished, right? And you look at it, right? It would easily to put him into the bracket as it relates to being the enemy of the state.
He is.
Right? Let me just take one more call.
Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right. Yes, Sister Pat. Go ahead.
Good night to the panel. Good night.
Blessing, Sister
Pat. Yourself, Sister Pat.
My 2 cents, you see?
Night, Mama Pat.
I live in Jamaica. And my daily going around and seeing people, I wonder if some hobby science or something about some people. Some people don't know what really happened to jump something spiritually in a mistake.
I think something
because I can't believe you see their eye. You feel it. Yeah, and then some people that say, this one said that, and the one is, yeah, the wickedest thing God created, you know. God must make mistake when he make you. How will you come from? And then Paul and Llewellyn just tell we say you was an ugly child. But your looks don't make you ugly. It's your action. You're worse than ugly. And God make every man in them want this when want make you. But your heart is so cruel. And I wonder, when you leave the office of the DPP and become a regular civilian, we all pass and tell man. When you enter into some business place, bank and anything to transact your business, hospital anyway, people are going to look at you like that. People are going to run from you. And they don't want to see you. Remember that, you know, and I'm 57 there in a year, over 56 police murder. No, I am not telling the police if a man rise them machine of it get them down. I will protect your 3 points.
Yes.
But the biggest question is where the gun come from? Which factory in Jamaica make gun? And if you are going for the constitution after how me learn it, even when a person commit a crime, no matter how gruesome it might be, that person commit a crime against the state and not you officers. Police officers, let me tell you some history. The big police, when we say big, we mean in a high rank, and the government and the private sector usually and then they take other police and kill you. You understand? If you stop it, do no work and do it all if it's supposed to be done. You cannot go and kill people so. You hear saying kill into this, you hear can't mean. Well, as we say again, you know what we gonna arrest from police, you know say it now go easy. But when the government say there's a gun bust at the airport at the wharf, we don't hear who can the gun. We don't hear where the gun go. No, nothing. A person we cannot buy chicken food and chicken back and can but a good pair of shoes. They have big gun. Where they get the gun? Which factory that make who tell me no make the gun? Look at walk down there. Tell me. And then the government is so corrupt. If me I run a airport and walk, me find a barrel of gun. You think me I go tell people say barrel of gun it has still the one come claim see. When they come for them barrel, then you hold them. But you chase the gun find in the other world. We're not idiots. We are sense. Only is a part of it. And let me tell you, it's when the left office. God, dog, me I'm gonna suffer. The next thing again, mistake. I'm gonna go with this. We know say the Batman business, we can't but the gate. I'm right. I stand to them, not the biblical way. To your opinion. But I wonder, in a Jamaica now, I have a problem with a school. And that is the school that my son attend. The principal is an open gate. I had a teacher in the school is an open gate. Now, can you believe in our society where we have grade 10, grade 11, grade 8, them are young people? You believe a man or a woman with a lesbian with people them know? You think that person can have no grip for the people them are no respect? They them are gonna respect them certain way. That thing can't say right. You do that and command them. Them are gonna run you and say, yeah, but you want to move on yourself. So we want the Ministry of Education to fix those problems. Because me ever said my son, I said, son, if the principal ever said, you and him alone for going to office, don't go. And it is this simple truth. If the principal call you and give you a drink, do not take it. If the principal call you and give you a bottle of water, don't take it. And it is sad. It is sad. So when you have a run even young people have 10 people in a school, open is not like say a man I'm glad we call it I say a thing, you know. We say probably no sir, you know go say you don't go look so. But they have done the way the man walk, the way the man talk, the man advise suffer than I think me and Mrs. Mystic. Just a walk on the pounds in mother and brother, and it's so sickening. It gives them no. And the Ministry of Education and the board member they must know. But remember, at the time PTA going up here, why video Yansen is going to give a play because it is getting out of hand. You cannot have a person like those who are show themselves. Just like a man and a woman married, you know, that lady is a man, wife, and husband and doctor. But you again, Jamaica no have set gay like that. Gay not right. Thing down town we, and we don't know what can kill one man. Then it's not free kill one man. But if you kill out the gay them too, and make them hold them corner. You can't never teach people with them. Next now let's use that whole class party. It's okay for you to be a gay. Eh? You want to take them, and you so want to put them to it will kill me. It's mashing me up because you cannot be a principal with grade 11, grade 10 people at 17, 16, 15, 14. And you can't tell them nothing, they're going to run your way. Yeah, batty boy. Then you won't know how to make video, then That is the reason why the education system must down. Get the school over my picture and go back to me and friend naturally. We're making every day we want them. It should be so.
Yeah,
Should have a principal when kids are love to go to anything whether right or wrong. We can't have a principal when pick me and run from. Or you want to get the truth out of him. So we want some help somewhere, but wait till we got that PTA and go and place them up there. I don't care. Because we born with these days, one big man, choose their life then. You have to them. Fine. But make people live them picnic. Okay?
All right, Sister Pat.
Politician them in the Jamaica Labour Party, who know say what we want to do is wrong. And we push it down on people. Like for me, Mr. Trump bad up Zelensky. But there's a day come for everyone away. Everyone away and you come right now. Because NHD, I tell me, say, no, know me. I mean, I have to contribute to NHD from me about 19-year-old. And I never get a return for NHD, and I never get a benefit.
I'm putting that SSL.
Okay. So, Sister Pat, again, at the end there, speaking about NHD, right, in terms of she paying her benefits to making her contribution to NHD, and yet NHD, based on my understanding of what Pat said, right, has not recognized that she's a contributor. These are some of the things that we talk about. The same situation where people, right, who collecting money from their employees, and when they're supposed to pay it over to the relevant authority, they are not doing so. Now, when time comes and those persons want to use, right, want to get benefit of their contribution, they are going to be told that, you know, they are not paying any contribution and so forth and so forth. I think that this is criminal. And for institutions that have been doing that, collecting the monies from their employees and not paying them over to the relevant authority, they should be charged. I think that's an open fraud. Right? And should be charged accordingly. So, Pastor Ricky, take it away.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I will go a little bit further and says everyone who pays into NHT, NIS, payee, all of the taxes, GC, well, you can't track GCT, but you should notify those agencies and do get a printout, a summary of how much you have paid into these taxes into these agencies from payroll deductions. And so if this happened in America, a lot of people go straight to prison. Unfortunately, it's happening in Jamaica. And you know, and it just show you that the NHT money went into the Ponzi scheme, SSL. So this is probably a long-standing practice. But real quick on education, I know we have to move on. Michael Manley, the greatest prime minister, who I met when I was 9, who his teachings and philosophy made me become a comrade since I was 9, wrote a book called Michael Manley and the New Jamaican. And he said, you must study. He said he wrote it for Jamaicans to study, to read, because knowledge is power, and it's so true. And when we look at how he built Jamaica, laid the foundation, so, you know, in terms of lifting people out of illiteracy like Jamal and other institution casts back then and so forth. And when we look at all the schools built on the Michael Manley, Prime Minister Patterson, Prime Minister Simpson Miller, this government has not built one school in Jamaica in the 9 wasted years that they have been in the government. This government has not built not even one educational institution or trade center, anything to help educate and to equip and train the youths. since they've been in office, 9 wasted years. But yet, when we look at the $3 trillion that was stolen, almost a third of the $3 trillion came out of the Department of Education. $902 billion that was stolen from the Ministry of Education. So it reveals to everyone that they don't place value on educated the populace. And this is why they can come out and speak and try to play reverse psychology by using their imaginary mindset and deceive the Jamaica people, because they don't place value on learning and being educated. And it's a sad 9-year period in the Jamaica history. History will not be kind to this government and this criminal prime minister. They have not done anything to equip the people of Jamaica, but what they did, Radam, build more prisons, 3 prisons building out in the western parishes. He just announced this week, to change the subject from SSL, that he's building a new prison. I mean, he's doing SOE, states of emergency, curfews, locking down people in their communities, say he's fighting crime, when he has not done anything to educate the people so we will have less crime. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
All right. Now, so let us take on Broadbuck, because what Broadbuck doesn't know, that his comment, right, if we are to accept his comment, right, then he will be sending Andrew Holness to prison. And we are going to prove it tonight. What Broadbuck said, right, is definitely sending the Prime Minister to prison. And you see, that's why it pays for someone to do their research and research properly. Never speak on a subject matter that you are ignorant of. And I'm going to show how his level of ignorance as it relates to what, right, he had spoken on. So I'm going to play his clip, and we are going to hear him out. And now we are going to provide empirical evidence to Broadbuck. So Broadbuck, right, stand and be learned. Now let us play, right, here Broadbuck, right, sending the Prime Minister to prison.
Party is denouncing and condemning President Mark Golding for again showing his willingness to mislead and make false statements in his desperation for political power. While on the political platform recently and during the passage of just a few seconds, Mark Golding made 3 false, manipulative, and disingenuous statements about the Stocks and Securities Limited issue, the SSL matter. Golding stated, and I quote, "There was a massive fraud going on in there when Nigel Clark was the Minister of Finance," end quote. In making that statement, the PNP president appeared to pretend to ignore confirmation from local authorities and word from a confessed fraudster who is now before the courts that fraud at SSL was going on from as far back as 2012 when the PNP was in office. Golding also ignored a known fact that the Financial Services Commission, the FSC, had expressed concern about governance at the entity from as far back as 2013 when the PNP administration...
Don't put it away, because we're going to prove him lying stage by stage. So we're going to get back to the clip. Now, let us prove his first lie, right? As it relates to what he's saying, right? That the fraud at SSL, right, committed under the People's National Party time, right? Now, what we are going to prove to him that no, the fraud began during the Bruce Golding time. Yeah. So let us show him the first evidence from the confession of Jean Ann Panthon. We are breaking down into pieces, dissect everything what he said, and show him that he's dead wrong. So let us bring up the first evidence, Jean Ann Panthon information. So Jean Ann Panthon is going to tell this idiot when she began stealing. So let us get the first information out of the way and let us teach this guy a lesson. So come here, brother. This is a statement of Jean Ann Panthon. Right? Jean Ann Panthon voluntarily give this statement at 8 Lady Musgrave Road, Kingston 5 in the parish of St. Andrew. In the presence of my attorney at law, Tamika Harris, and will say as follows. Now come here, brother. I reside at 7 the General Close, Kingston 6, St. Andrew, and my address for the purposes of this statement is 19 Heaven May Drive, Kingston 19, St. Andrew. I have been employed to Stocks and Security Limited for 25 years, starting April 1st, 1997. I am currently a client relationship manager responsible for dealing with any client issues, and I acted as wealth advisor. I work in the brokerage arm of the company. In this capacity, I interact with clients, manage their portfolios, assist them with deposit and withdrawals, and provide statements. Now come here now, brother. In and around 2010, evidence number 1. Jean Ann Panthon now is telling you, brother, that she started it in 2010. So, brother, let me ask you, who was the Prime Minister 2010? Okay. In around 2010, my father was diagnosed with cancer, and I was primarily responsible for my parents' care and finances. He had to go overseas for treatment, and he was not employed at the time. It was at this point in 2010, I thought of borrowing from clients' account to cover my father's expenses. I had no idea how I would pay it back, but that was my solution at the time. Take that away. Evidence number 1. Brad back, don't run right now. Take it away. And we are going to go back to it. So just clip it down. Yes, no, play back Brad back. So we just mash him down, mash him down in levels. So prove that evidence. Evidence number 1, Brad back. So you're wrong, Brad back, as it relates to 2010. Go ahead now, Lion Brad back, my hearing.
Of which he, Mark Golding, was a member, was in office. Golding also ignored media reports which quoted relevant documents as revealing that shortly after our sprint legend, Usain Bolt, sent his principal investment to SSL in 2012, it was fleeced. In another vile, reckless, and misleading comment, Mark Golding stated, and I quote, "The Prime Minister had his money in there and take it out before it collapsed," end quote. That, of course, is patently false. The Prime Minister had invested in a bond at SSL from as far back as 2008, which matured in 2021. As a commercial lawyer, Mark Golding knows.
Take him away. See it now? Send the Prime Minister to Ghana prison. You know what I'm saying? The Prime Minister invested in SSL from 2008. And when his money matured in 2021, the Prime Minister take out his return on investment and close his account. People, you hear what the man said? No. This is how him send the Prime Minister to prison. So come here, brother. Come here, brother. Come here, brother. I want Andrew Holness tell you out of his own mouth when he start to get money out of SSL?
Zara Burton.
Because you said the Prime Minister invested in 2008, wait until his money matured in 2021, and then collect his return on investment. Because you are saying that because you want to legitimize SSL, that SSL was trading on the stock market, was investing people's money. SSL wasn't investing. So you are now going to send the Prime Minister to prison right now.
Yep.
So number one, SSL wasn't investing. SSL was stealing clients' money. Stealing the clients' money. So there's no way Andrew Holness can get return on investment. But brother, come here. Come let me show you the evidence. Holness open house. DLP leader says, I am going to make you hear it out of Andrew Holness' mouth himself that it is not only 2021 the Prime Minister got money out of SSL. The Prime Minister got money out of SSL 2011.
Yeah.
Right? The Prime Minister got money out of SSL 2012.
Yeah.
Right? And the Prime Minister got money out of SSL other times before 2021.
3 times prior to 2021.
Come look on the evidence I brought back because you just sent the Prime Minister to prison. So if the Prime Minister tell you that and you run out, you understand? We have this to share to you now. Right? Holness open house JP leader says he funded Beverly Hills home from savings, salary, suppliers, credit, and loans. Lord Jesus, Andrew Holness sent himself to prison. Because Andrew Holness, there is no loans, nowhere in any bank in Jamaica. Let me talk to you even from the heading. Andrew Holness, there is no loans that you have. The only loan that you have was the original house, right, where you had bought, right, from long time. That was the only loan that you have on that particular house. But you have no loans for any other properties.
Zero mortgage.
Zero mortgage. So you spend yourself in prison right here. So then, this is the reason why Paula Llewellyn cannot prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. Let me show you why. Because number one, SSL was doing an investment. Number two, it is going to prove that you have no loans in any bank. You have none at JMMB. You have none at NCB. You have none at Nova Scotia or any bank in Jamaica. Investigation proved that. So this is a lie you tell. Opposition leader Andrew Holness has provided details on the funding of his multi-million-dollar house in Beverly Hills. Yes. St. Andrew, in an attempt to respond to a smear campaign, he says the People's National Party is waging against him in the lead up to the February 25 general election. Always a blame when time you understand people calling out your wrongdoing. Holness yesterday issued a late evening statement disclosing that to date, the total cost of a land preparation, construction, and landscaping is approximately $52 million spent over a period of 4 years, financed by saving, salary, bank loans, and suppliers' credit. We know that this is a lie. You have no bank loans as it relates to investigation, none whatsoever. Finance Minister Dr. Peter Phillips has been heading a PNP court since November 2015 that questioned Holness financing of its own, indicating that it might not stand up to scrutiny. But Holness has started to dismiss much of the speculation in a statement that chronicled the building process, his source of funding, and how he became director of ADMAT, right, the St. Lucia registered company that purchased the land on which his mansion was built. The Jamaica Labour Party leader said the company was formed after he became education minister in 2007 and a need to structure his personal affairs. Consequent on that advice, I incorporated an international business company in St. Lucia. Right, the reason why the Prime Minister of this business in St. Lucia, the Prime Minister did not want ADMAT to be investigated on Jamaica side. If ADMAT was on Jamaica side, ADMAT is going to be investigated, and they will find out as it relates to the source of money get into ADMAT. This course of action is common practice, particularly for estate planning purposes. The name of the company ADMAT is a combination of the names of my two sons, ADMAT and Matthew. I am the store director of the company, and the company has 3 shareholders, me, my sons, and myself. Right, the statement read. Owners was also faced disclosure calls from Trevor Monroe-led integrity action. Said ADMAT was registered in 2008 and declared to the Integrity Commission a creature of the Jamaica Parliament to which all members must make declarations of income, assets, and liabilities. Everything I own is physically in Jamaica. Owner said before going to outline how funds were sourced for land purchase and subsequent construction of the house. Come here now, Bradback. Bradback, come here. In the year 2010, I started negotiation to purchase a piece of land to construct my family home in January 2011. I made the first of 4 payments on the land. Payments were completed in August 2011. The title was transferred in July 2011. I remember that you show the document. You understand where Patrick Bailey stated that he got most of this money to purchase the land from SSL. Remember that you show that information over here. Owner 59 making the notation signed while on a visit to Jamaica on the document that claimed Phillips level and question at a PNP rally in Manchester on Sunday. Even if that notion was indeed made, Attorney at Law Patrick Bailey says it would not be unusual as Jamaica Title Office gives different variations on how this can be captured, including the use of the words witness in Jamaica or witness while on a visit to Jamaica. Meanwhile, owner has acknowledged that he is now indebted by the purchase of the house and land. He explained that he used money. Come here now, brother. Brother, come here. Meanwhile, owner has acknowledged that he is now indebted by the purchase of the house and land. He explained that he used money from accounts held at the Jamaica money market brokers and stocks and security. You see them, brother? Brother, see the Prime Minister admit here, 2011. Come here, brother. See that? The first money that the Prime Minister used out of stocks and security. So him saying borrow money out of Jamaica money market brokers, right? And stocks and security, right? To finance the purchase of the Beverly's property as well as loans throughout the construction field. And we know that you don't have no loans. You don't have no loans. No bank in Jamaica has registered any loan for Andrew Wellness. Not one. No. In September 2012, so Bradback, you know, them get money out of SSL 2011. You said the Prime Minister person, you know. Because you jump out now to talk about the Prime Minister business. You understand me? I said, and put the Prime Minister now in trouble. The Prime Minister now in trouble. In September 2012, we began preparation of the site for construction, which involved excavation of boulders and fragmentation of rocks. The resulting stones from this process were used to construct retaining, facing and boundary walls. This initial phase was financed from my savings, salary and supply credit of approximately $3.8 million. Overall, he said those activities cost approximately $8.6 million. We understand the second phase involved the erection of the structure during 2013 at a cost of $35 million. He notes that the financing came from $10 million home improvement, that a lie, loan from the Bank of Nova Scotia. We investigated this. Zara investigated this and find no loan. Nova Scotia take myself from Andrew Wellness and say, lie, I tell him no have no loan there. A $3 million mortgage from Jamaica National and Suppliers Credit, approximately $15.6 million. Again, another lie. Him no have no loan there. him not have no loan there. So let me go back to the DPP and go back to you, big broadback. Based on the reason why Jean Ann Panthon cannot be prosecuted, because Jean Ann Panthon can now speak in tandem of this, how the Prime Minister get money out of SSL while SSL wasn't investing. SSL wasn't investing. So the Prime Minister would have to now explain how you get money out of SSL when SSL wasn't doing any trading. Tell me how the Prime Minister is going to explain this. So then, parallelly, you cannot prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. Jean Ann Panthon holds this information here. Jean Ann Panthon holds this information here. Right? Now, so take it away.
Oh my God.
So then, when Mr. Sensei is going to tell us that you can't prosecute Jean Ann Panthon, and you know what come out that's about social media bloggers, you're in a conundrum, Paula. You're in a conundrum. These are the reasons why you can't prosecute her. She cannot be prosecuted. And I'm answering Paula. I tell you, you have to let her go. Really tell you, say, you have to let her go. Because you don't want Jean Ann Panthon to push out of the bar. So yes, blame it on social media blogger. Blame it on social media blogger. Because Mr. Sensation have bet you. They can't prosecute her. And we know the reason. Now, let me tell you something now. I'll give you the evidence. I don't call the People's National Party name in this. That the People's National Party, right, are taking responsibility in punishing SSL. So I can give you another reason, Paula, as relates to the actions of the People's National Party without any delay. Look at this. FSC took action against SSL. Right? And I'm not going to use anything, right, where the People's National Party research. May I use mainstream media? I don't want to go say a People's National Party make it up. So I'm not going to use no material coming from the People's National Party. May I use what mainstream media say? FSC took action against SSL, right? According to Peter Phillips. You see that? This is the mainstream media. February 1, 2023. You understand? Former Minister of Finance, Dr. Peter Phillips, says the Financial Service Commission took action against investment firm Stockton Security Limited, which is now at the center of a $3 billion fraud affecting dozens of its clients. It is now $4.8 billion. Phillips, who served in portfolio under the Portia Simpson Miller-led government between 2012 and 2016, disclosed on Tuesday that he was made aware of the now decade-old problems within the brokerage house. So Peter Phillips hiding. Peter Phillips tell us that he was made aware. Right. However, he said, as evidence by a slew of directives issued in 2013 letter to the then CEO and President Mark Croskery, the board acted. He said that it was customary for him to meet with our chairman of the various agencies for which he had responsibility. Now, I would have been made aware of the actions that FSC intended to take and would, in the normal course of things, have had no intention to change their course of action. Right? Why Nigel Clark did not do what Peter Phillips do? Why Adley Shaw did not do what Peter Phillips do? To show you the class different, you understand, as it relates to Peter Phillips being the Minister of Finance, take responsibility, but because they're involved in the thievery, you understand, they look left, Adley Shaw, Nigel Clark look left. He told the Gleaner, that was captured in the letter of 2013. He added, noted that as far as he is aware, Peter Phillips, I tell you, action were taken against SSL. The man that if but not supposed broadback come over here.
Come learn the truth. Come learn the evidence and see the evidence for yourself. Phillips had said a week ago that he did not immediately recall whether he had been fully briefed on SSL Parliament's financial state. In the October 2013 letter, SSL was told to refrain from what? Accepting new securities business, dealing in securities, granting credit to other parties or related persons, and soliciting business from non-members of the public. It was also ordered to provide all information, documents, record, access, other assistance, and cooperation to any special auditor appointed by the FSC. The directives were additions to those issued on January 3, 2013. And let me tell you something, Bradback. They found that SSL in 2012, Peter Phillips, right government, found that SSL was stealing massive amount of money, including more money, 2012. Now remember that Andrew Owens used 4 transactions in 2011 to pay for the land. That means he was broke. He was broke. He never had all the money to pay for the land. But Boone placed his money in 2012. This is clear evidence. When the commission wrote to Cross-Terry instructing that SSL refrain from purchasing or acquiring any assets that would affect the balance sheet of the company without the FSC approval or except to comply with directives given. Now, Paul alone, when I run out and I talk about social media, you understand? Must not speak on the issue. Paul alone, what you need to do as a DPP, you have the power to do this. Instruct the Jamaica Labour Party to show the trial report. This is what needed here, Paula Llewellyn. You're a part of the confusion. You, Paula Llewellyn, right, can have them reveal the report. Why don't you do that and make matters easy? Why don't you do that? Why don't you be transparent to yourself and to the Jamaican people? Why the Jamaican Labour Party don't be transparent and say, okay, let us come out with the truth. You are accusing us and you are telling lie on us. Here is the truth. Why you don't come out with that, Jamaica Labour Party? Why you not come out with the crowd report? Now, among the directives was also the requirement of a detailing listing of our balance sheet, repo, liabilities, and corresponding assets used to collateralize contracts to be provided to the FSC. Additionally, the FSC required a detailing list of all balance sheet portfolio contracts to include the beneficiary description and value of assets within each portfolio contract. FSC also instructed that by January 15, 2013, the directors of SSL should have ensured that sufficient capital is injected into the company, allowing it to satisfy the relevant benchmark relating to the ratio of capital to risk-based assets and other risk exposure. Right? Take it away. Take it away. So then, does it take a rocket scientist to figure it out?
No.
It's like a roadmap leading from A, B, C, D, E. Very easy. So when you come and you add the complexity, you and Nigel Clark come and talk about complexity. And all who talk about SSL is complex. It is not complex. Now let me ask you a question, Father. As it relates to all the investigators, may I ask a question? How complex it is as it relates to the investors who invest, right? And the money goes into SSL general account at whichever bank it is. How complex it is to find out who withdraw the money and what did they do with it. That's really and truly how complex that is. Who are the signatories that withdrew the money? So you are going to say then the money went into the bank and then totally disappear. Just last. Let me just take the panel for you. Without any delay, Melting Pot, take it away.
Why it pain me, you know, to hear the amount of garbage where them a try to affiliate towards social media, you know, being too much in them face, so to speak. But we have to, because we're looking at high-level corruption. And this is why, you know, we have to be here going over these matters on a weekly basis. Because I cannot believe, you know, the amount of people trying to defend the indefensible. Exactly. No one can defend Andrew Holness and his affiliation with corruption in Jamaica. It is plain cut and dry. It's as bright as the satellite that we look at up above when night comes. Andrew Holness' corruption shine bright. Because, I mean, you know, we were all privileged as to what the Prime Minister's salary is.
Yes.
And what it was.
Exactly.
And if you combine the two aspect era of his salary, Andrew Holness can't have what him have. His wife cannot have what she have. So where did they get all these massive amount of wealth from?
Stop right there. Stop right there, Melting Pot. I only want to confirm into a report. I'm going to make you continue after this. So I'm going to show that Andrew Holness, based on investigation, have no loans that he mentioned, that he used loans, right? And mortgages. He has no mortgages nowhere. So hold on, let me show the people the evidence because I don't want to misspeak the people they might have. So where that evidence is, Byron. Let me bring up that evidence. Let us bring up that evidence before I have you complete that. So we are going to show the people that the Prime Minister has no loans. Now, here it is, people. 18 degrees north investigations. And Zara Burton went deep. Did the Integrity Commission miss the boat while investigating the Prime Minister Andrew Holness unexplained wealth? That is the question asking. The question that remains about Prime Minister finances even after the Commission's investigations. Listen now, people. Despite a 2-year probe of the financial dealings of Jamaica Prime Minister Andrew Holness, the Integrity Commission failed to investigate the source of funds for its now defunct offshore company ADMAT Incorporated. Listen, people. The revelation contained in its report tabled in Parliament on September 17 raises a question about the thoroughness of the Commission's investigation into Mr. Holness' unexplained wealth, since it overlooked one of the most significant periods between 2008 and 2011, when Mr. Holness used ADMAT to purchase $57.1 million in U.S. currency, $692,478 worth of properties without any registered mortgages. When you hear the people see evidence, look, we read it over. 2008 and 2011, when Mr. Holness used ADMAT to purchase $57.1 million, $692,478 worth of properties without any registered mortgages at a time when his average salary as Minister of Education averaged about $5.2 million per year, not counting allowances. Take that away.
Yes, so right, and I know we have shown this report on more than one occasion, but just to refresh the viewers and listeners, you know, as to the report. Yeah? But it is plain and obvious. Andrew Holness' salary does not give him the purchasing power of nothing where you see him establish. You understand? The house of Beverly Hills and all the other rest of properties that him buy up. Right? At the time when him buy them.
Yes.
And as you rightly point out, Byron, there's nowhere we can see that he got a loan from. So I'm asking the question again, where did all this money came from? How did Andrew Holness become this super rich prime minister in the Caribbean? With all the mega wealth now that we seem have around him. That's all Big Mama say him sitting on a mountain of cash. When you look at his wife carrying out the same type of investment alongside Andrew Holness, but when you combine the two of them salary, it can't do nothing like the sort of what they're going on with. Remember, these people have trucking company. These people have so many developing projects as it relates to construction. And we're talking about vast size of construction, not only small construction. We're talking about one project valued at 800 million Jamaican dollars. And that's what the wife had. Plus she had two more coincided with that one running simultaneously. Then when you look, Andrew Holness carrying out the same type of activity. He has estate bridge. Him have all type of thing going. But where did this influx of cash came from?
Exactly.
Because I see have done their research. Yeah. And it lead them nowhere. And when them question him stop abruptly. So that simply means he's hiding something. Zara Burton, in that interview that she did with his lawyer, Patrick Bailey revealed that the Prime Minister got loan from SSL. So when big nasty, big old swarty broadback, warthog hog, where the Prime Minister turned him in a senator, but him a no senator, him a senapod, because right now him a run Andrew Belly. When him spin this out to the public, him Andrew have diarrhea immediately. He's a senator, that's not no senator. But that was what he got in return for being one of Andrew Holness' PR sperm whale. When them run out and I defend Andrew Holness' private life and him corruption. Who are these men? I think I should be hearing from Jeannette Holness. She has more privilege and more authority to speak on these matters than big old nasty broadback warthog hog, AK Senator Senapad. Come on, man, get real, man. And then you come out and you're talking garbage. You're talking garbage, you make yourself look average. But Andrew Holness can't have anybody have any credibility around him, You might have people of average ability. That's why I have you nasty broadback around there. Yeah? Remember, Bug Life, used to do the same PR, and Bug Life get beaten till the week him run gone. You jump up and take it over here and fishheadless abcock. Yeah? Because you come out of the big mama at tree, So all around in this pool, I swim around like dolphin and some big broadback whale, some hummerback whale and all them things there. But all you do is put the Prime Minister in a serious water, treachery water.
Exactly.
Andrew can't get out of this.
Can't.
Just like how you see Queenie come spill the whole I'm got from over Portmore and the reason why. And Bushrat I try to deflect from it and I try to come with something and not thinking that, well, Queenie already spilled the bean. And so you come spill out the whole of your Senapad gut for Andrew Wallace. Now Andrew Wallace is in big trouble. Big trouble.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Maybe I will call you back broader than for Patrick Bailey won't make him draw for you. Cause it look like Andrew love some broad back people around him, you know. But this not gonna stop Andrew Wallace from get where him forget. Cause Andrew Wallace deserve anything we have come to him. The people elect Andrew Wallace and I pay him a very well packaged in terms of salary and benefits as it relates to them people that were serving our government. Yeah? Andrew Wallace well off as it relates to the average Jamaican who earning $98 US a week and a survivor send Pitney out of that go school. Andrew they pay millions, you know.
Yeah.
Andrew they have your steal. Andrew and his wife's salary could have give them a nice life and make them look like somebody up on Beverly Hills. Them and nobody up on Beverly Hills, you know. Everybody, even the criminal up there look on them as criminal. Because them are the biggest criminal up there. It's a criminal community, you know, and everybody look on them as a dynamic duo, you know, of criminality in Jamaica.
Yeah.
What can go so?
Yeah. What is it? Even the criminal look on them.
Even the criminal look on them.
I want the blueprint from him. The criminals them want the
because when you look at Andrew Wallace, you know, Andrew Wallace take criminality to a higher level in Jamaica, you know.
Than Siaga.
And this is what get the rest of criminal them upset. And I said to themselves about hold on. Oh, this took a light shaded skin guy come and take over our domain like this and I run it. Eh? Make sure come make we look like when I try build the biggest house up at Beverly Hills. A Hollywood actor. Him and a musician, him and nobody. Him is just a little youth from
No, man, don't say that. Don't say that, melting pot. The Prime Minister is a stone cutter.
Well, there you go. But then again, come on, stone cutter not supposed to come on them type of salary, man.
You mean stone crusher, Sir Byron, a gang from St.
Well, maybe that part of the stone crusher because remember him counterpart run a gang named Stone Crusher, you know. So him cut and one crush. So we don't know where I go on with them two guys there, the number one and the number two. Can't remember one of the Prime Minister and one of the deputy, you know. So one crush and one cut. Because I tell Andrew Wallace something, man. The day when Jamaican people, as a matter of fact, let me go further than that. The day when Bruce Colin endorsed you to the Jamaican electorate was the day Jamaica collapsed.
I tell you.
Jamaica not recover from that, you know.
Yeah. No.
I think Jamaica sink now go in under the high level of corruption and the garbage that where Andrew Wallace take taxpayers' money and pay.
Wow.
Not to do a service to him, but to do a disservice to him. And I yield back to another member of the panel.
Listen, Pastor Ricky, take it right away.
You know what the song was said? Things that come up to bum. Some of them have belly ache. And then you have another old song when I try to remember the words I said. You talk about things that you don't even know. You talk about things that you don't even see. Broadback talk. You talk too much. Listen, Big Mama. What Big Mama saying is music to a prosecutor ears, you know.
Warren siblings, yeah man, a both of them the beans every spilling of broad beans and butter beans. Take it away, Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, what Big Mama saying is music to a prosecutor ears. You see with all the money with the SSL scandal, and then Big Mama come out and say the Prime Minister. Him never said the party now. Him specifically say the Prime Minister is sitting on a mountain of cash.
All right.
That's gonna be Exhibit A in the Prime Minister criminal trial. Now, Broadback, what him gonna do now, because him talk too much, the Bible said, he that keepeth his mouth keepeth his life. And you're snared by the words of your mouth. And death and life is in the power of the tongue. Well, Broadback come out and say, no, sink and confirm him implicate the Prime Minister in the SSL scandal. So even if the Prime Minister wants to say him never in a SSL, him not have nothing to do with it, Broadback confirmed to the world that the Prime Minister was in SSL in 08 and he bought stocks. SSL was not trading stocks. They never got on the stock market till 2018, 10 years later. Am I right, Sir Byron?
Yes, very much so, sir.
And the Prime Minister buys stocks with SSL when they weren't trading stocks. And then on top of that, his lawyer, Patrick Bailey, former lawyer, you know, big up Zara Burton, big salute. Zara Burton used the art of investigation. You know, you have to be friendly with the subject you're investigating.
Yeah, man.
Make them feel comfortable and then make them spill them guts. Zara Burton, the art of investigation 101. What she did to Patrick Bailey, she caught him in a trap. And Patrick Bailey spilled the beans and said the Prime Minister got a payout from SSL in 2011 to help purchase the land of his Beverly Hills mansion. You see them 3 pieces of evidence there gonna be in the Prime Minister criminal trial. What Patrick Bailey said, that he confirmed that the Prime Minister got money out of SSL in 2011 to buy the land. What Broadback said, the Prime Minister was in SSL in 08. We know the Prime Minister joined SSL as a partner to Hugh Croskery, who was the chief criminal mind in SSL. And the both of them collaborate in this Ponzi scheme along with some other players. We're not going to call them names. And then what Big Mama said about the Prime Minister sitting on a mountain of cash. I mean, when you look at this, the Prime Minister is the prime subject along with Hugh Croskery and the other players of SSL that we all know who they are as criminals who have ripped off 200 account holders of SSL. And then the Prime Minister, what he needs to do is resign. He's going to be the first Prime Minister to go to prison. Let me say it again. He's going to be the first Prime Minister in the history of Jamaica to go to prison. Just like he was the first Prime Minister to be investigated and cannot explain his wealth by the Integrity Commission. He's going to be the first Prime Minister to go to prison. As I said before, his fingerprints, his footprints, his whole entire body is embedded in the SSL scandal. He's wrapped up in this thing and he can't get out of it. No matter, the DPP can't help the Prime Minister. She's between a rock and a hard place. The Commissioner of Police can't help the Prime Minister. As much as he's compromised, nobody in Jamaica can help the Prime Minister out of this. He's going to face the music. And I am glad what Comrade Leader Mark Golden says, that when he formed government, rest assured that he's going to form a commission into the SSL Ponzi scheme. But I think the FBI will grab the Prime Minister before Mark Golden form his commission, you know, because he is guilty big time. When we say the Prime Minister a criminal, we're not being disrespectful enough. We're saying he's a criminal because we have the facts. It's a video evidence. It's a document evidence. And them own words. It's them treating them. They love run out to the mic because they like the cameras and the pride in them. Pride goeth before a fall and an haughty spirit before destruction. So it's all of these video evidence, document evidence that you see on the programs every night, every week, that indict the Prime Minister. Why we can't declare that he's a criminal. And so he cannot get out of this thing. Broadback try save him, but Broadback, because you know he rise in his 15-minute fame on a lie, using Lauren Lowe and try to attack Mayor Swaby at the KSMAC. So Broadback rise on a lie, he promote lies, he live lies, and he's a pathological liar And if the prime minister don't get rid of him, he's going to further open his mouth because loose lips sink ships. And he's going to sink the whole entire Jamaica Labour Party. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
But remember, you know, because I just wait just quickly. Remember, you know, it's not so much of the lie where Broadback are telling you. You have to give Broadback like a credence. Because remember, him have Down syndrome, you know. Him have Down syndrome, him fool too.
No relevance around here.
Him fool. But let me tell this to the Jamaican people them now. Yeah? Andrew Wallace break a lot of new grounds in Jamaica. But it's not ground for any development. It's ground for corruption and theft and crime. I just them ground that Andrew Wallace breaking up. Yeah, never in the history of Jamaica. I just said, Pastor Ricky, where we see Prime Minister a carry integrity commissioner to court. Where we see Prime Minister statutory declaration can't certify. Where we see Prime Minister can't tell how him combine wealth. Where we see Prime Minister have 470 million on a tree account, but him still have 25 where we not hear the true sum that sit down in them 25 account there. Where you see Prime Minister, you know, married and I keep sweetheart life and it all in a parliament where all the wife drop her face down so can't look for sweetheart over there so it casts all type of fuss. This man break too much new ground. This man is the first Prime Minister for turn off mic and lead the opposition and all them things there. The first Prime Minister for walk out of Parliament when him have the whole Parliament those time of 49 of them. 48 to themselves. Yeah? But we get to Andrew Wallace, you know. Andrew Wallace have a 21% mandate from the electorate. And it make him it get him at swell. Because the 21 give him 49. So if you use the 49 and now look some 21% mandate him have, you know. This is why we know so Andrew Wallace a lunatic. Who are run behind this old dead cow here with him tail full of shit and a whole heap on it. Need to get some sense. Andrew a lunatic. And him cow tail full of shit now. At time when a leg off fight and make him rump on him own. Because Andrew never go to none of the loot somehow will come attack for him, you know. Lord the man make him sink on him own sword band. It's time when be somebody in the society, man.
Well,
big old broadback. Yeah.
One thing I know, God allowed all of them for confusing them each other and spilling on each other. Read 2 Chronicles chapter 20 and see how God confused the enemies of King Jehoshaphat. Andrew Wallace is an enemy of the state of Jamaica. A lot of people bawl and cry because of Andrew Wallace. And we start to see the wickedness of Andrew Wallace from 2015 when he run against Mama P and the lies we tell upon Mama P for influence the minds of the people. The mind is the battleground. And so what him do now is reaping where him sow. And so God is allowing them
exactly
to confuse the whole of them confused, you know. So when you hear them run out and I say different things that's contrary to each other, confusion is in the camp, and this is how God works. That's why them are gonna fall. The whole of them are gonna fall. Them are gonna prison. And Andrew Wallace alone are go prison. A syndicate of them in the Jamaica Labour Party are gonna go prison with him. Remember, I'm telling you that.
Yeah, why I believe you, right? I think you're on point. Now, let us look in terms of how the Jamaica Labour Party is trying to sell a narrative. As if to say that, right, everything is okay, right, and the government is doing a good job. I want you to sit back, right, and listen to this clip. All right, cabinet press briefing, right? Listen to this clip.
And it's time for another post-cabinet press briefing. Today is February 26, 2025, and we have two wonderful ministers that will be featured this morning. And I see that the room is full. It means that these ministers are very popular and in very high demand. Very happy to have my colleague ministers here. The Honorable our Minister of Labor and Social Security. And we also have the Honorable Matthew Samuda, Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, with responsibility for water, environment, climate change, and the blue and green economy. And we also have some guests who are here that we really should be acknowledging. Mrs. Dion Jennings, Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I know Mr. Carr is supposed to be here, the Acting President of the National Water Commission. And we also have Ms. Talia Gibson, Senior Director, Water Policy and Monitoring Branch. We also have our Chief Education Officer here in the Ministry of Education, and she's here to speak on some matters later. We will also have some other guests joining us, and as they join, I will also introduce them. And we also have some students of the Caribbean School of Media and Communication assess their creditworthiness and as they join, I will also introduce them. And we also have some students of the Caribbean School of Media and Communications at UWI, and it's so good to have them here. And as always, our members of the media and the team from GIS and OPM, Jamaicans watching at home and abroad, good morning to you again. And as always, I'll start with a couple news stories that you may have missed, which are very, very important. And the first one that I want to talk about is Jamaica's rating. Fitch affirms Jamaica's rating at BB-, which is an outlook that is positive. This is a big deal for Jamaica, and Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness has welcomed the latest Fitch ratings, which has affirmed Jamaica's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating at BB-, with the outlook remaining.
Byron, you can't find your map.
No.
You can't find my one either, you know.
Yeah.
Educated fool, man.
But me never know them have a map out the name Dana Morris.
Be nice.
No.
Be nice. She's a lady.
With she, your man, you know what she said.
So here is Dana Morris. You understand? As it relates to fish rating Andrew Holness administration, right, to BB-. Very good rating and wherever. General election time, right? Election season. So if they can have someone, you understand, from fish to run a propaganda, right, and make the prime minister look good. And this is the thing with neocolonialism, you understand, and crony capitalism. You understand? Suppressing the Caribbean people, right, and in particular, suppressing Jamaican people. Now, under Andrew Holness administration, right, we have high crime rate. We have serious rupture with our education system.
Embezzlement and theft.
We have an economy decline by 3.5. But yet, Fish rated this company, this Andrew Holness administration, BB-. People, how do you make that make sense?
But Sir Byron, isn't that so that Jamaica free to borrow money? It's not about helping the economy, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, in terms of that though, right? You have to understand, so each time you borrow from the IMF or World Bank or wherever, any lending agency, it simply means a depreciation
for the value of the currency.
It's a devaluation for your dollar. And this simply means that whenever you borrow, it is going to come with austerity measures.
People get poorer and poorer.
And then when you understand these sort of rating, what you think? All right, let me ask the question here. I want people to just look in terms of what I'm saying.
What do you think Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso run with them? What do you think Ibrahim Traore don't want any loan from the IMF, don't want any loan from the World Bank, and run them out of the country? What do you think that Burkina Faso, you understand, asks the French authority to leave Burkina Faso because they were suppressing the country?
Put restrictions on you.
So when they as it relates to neocolonialists, you understand, telling lie, you understand, so that their company can continue to suppress the country. No. Remember, I played that clip as it relates to Dana Morris, what she said. Look at this clip now, in terms of this person is going to talk the reality of the situation that's affecting the Caribbean.
Can I read this first?
Yes.
On BB minus. So this is what I found on BB minus. When referring to a country's credit rating, it signifies a speculative grade, meaning there's a higher risk of default on debt compared to investment grade ratings like, AAA, AA, or BBB, and indicates that investing in that country's bonds carries a significant level of risk.
No, put it up.
BB minus is considered slightly worse than a standard BB rating, signifying even greater potential for default.
Oh, hold on. Let me clip it and give it to you.
That's why I have to run her out.
Hold on then. Okay,
so you think she talk to some dumb ass people around here, so.
It's just a credit rating to make them borrow more money. It has nothing to do with improve the economy. So I'm gonna know what the educated fools, man. This is why education is important, sir.
Hold on, Pastor Ricky. This is what I want to share with the people I'm reading.
Okay, it's already at 200%.
Okay. So she attacked nice now like a good thing, no?
Good now.
I thought it was a good thing. Right?
Pretty tough.
So she had pretty tough when it's really bad. Okay. BB minus, when referring to a country's credit rating, signifies a speculative grade, meaning there's a significant risk of default and debt payment. You hear that? And the country is considered a less attractive investment compared to countries with higher rating. It is considered slightly worse than a standard BB rating, indicating a higher level risk for potential investors. Okay, go back to what she has said now. Go back to what she has said and look how she has pretty it up. Go back to what she has said and look how she has pretty up and make it sound good. You understand? I thank Wifey to get into that and find out what the BB. Look how she make it sound good now. She said them are wicked people. You know?
Education is the key, man.
Hey.
To stay on this
And she a pretty it up and make it look like a good something, when indeed it is a bad thing. Right? When indeed it is a bad thing. Because I was saying to myself, yes, make me hear her again. Make me hear her again, people. I expose the liar there. Make me hear her again, people. Make me just hear her again and expose the
positive.
Listen now.
Yes. Why you start her from on top then? Because she said something I want to rubbish her upon.
Caribbean School of Media and Communications at UA, and it's so good to have them here. And as always, our members of the media and the team from GIS and OPM, Jamaicans watching at home and abroad, good morning to you again. And as always, I'll start with a couple news stories that you may have missed, which are very, very important. And the first one that I want to talk about is Jamaica's rating. Fitch affirms Jamaica's rating at BB minus, which is a outlook that is positive. This is a big deal for Jamaica. The most honorable.
Take her away. Let me drop the sledgehammer upon her. You can't pass by her. Let me drop it upon her.
What am I meant for? Because she just told Jamaica a vicious lie. Now here, people, but BB minus is a positive rating for Jamaica. This is how they lie and wicked. Here it is. BB minus, when referring to a country's credit rating, signifies a speculative grade, meaning there's a significant risk of default and debt payments, and the country is considered a less attractive investment compared to countries with a higher ratings. It is considered slightly worse than a standard BB rating, indicating a high level of risk for potential investors. A BB minus rating falls below the investment grade category, usually considered to be BBB minus or higher by credit rating agencies like Standard and the Poor. Can you imagine? Take it away on it. No melting pot.
The first thing when she
put you up that and say it is a positive thing. And like a Jamaican that year, if my wife never researched it tonight, wouldn't understand say what the BB minus is. It's telling that Jamaica is in trouble, and the is telling lie to the people. Take it away, your melting pot.
That's why me rubbish her and run her away, you know, from the beginning, you know. Me have to come out on her with the power. Because she lie right away, you know. When she come and she make her opening speech and she say, oh, the room full, and 12 people me count in her room, you know. 12! Because me have eagle eye. And she saw the room full. You understand? But you can't listen to her, you know, perception of how she come across. You know, and she was laughing and like, you know.
My God.
A garbage. That was a PR. Because she come to tell lie and she start lie all the room full. So you know everything fall after that a be a lie, you know. Because this is what this government do, because them, me don't know them a point off, you know. Because, you know, that is a map me I look on, you know, for to sweep up the place, you know. Map up some sewage water and all them things there. See, now garbage. I remember when our counterpart, you know, who used to do around we, you know. Sure, we say, well, then she shouldn't do this because she have certain level of qualification where she stoop low.
Yes.
When she accept that role from this nasty regime, she stoop low. Because what she was doing, she was downgrading her educational asset that people know she have. She's not a dunce individual, but she don't know, she give her a good education for PR. Just to work for these corrupted people. That's why I have to fling out the thing for her and make she understand herself. Take it away, Sir Byron.
All right, but it's amazing to know that, right, she stood there with such a smile, knowing what the BB minus rating is, and blatantly lied to the Jamaican people saying it's a positive rating when it is a negative
rating. That risk.
Where did you ever say anything with minus on it being positive?
Yeah,
positive.
What you have to say about it, Pastor Ricky, before we move on?
Yeah, you know, Justice Seymour Panthon said very eloquently, when they leave the corporate Jamaica and come into the parliament and drink the water, them get corrupted. And it's a crying shame that both her and Fayetteville Williams leave corporate Jamaica and come into the Jamaica Labour Party government and sold their souls to the devil just to get their resume looking better than what they had. But they didn't need this, because if you have to lie daily and mislead people daily with misinformation, disinformation, you're doing a disservice to the country. And it appears that everyone who connects or link up with criminal Andrew Holness have questionable character. And it's a crying shame that such a lady, that if she was in corporate Jamaica, she would have been highly esteemed. That if she has sunk low to the abyss of corruption, she's part of now the culture of corruption in the Jamaica Labour Party government. And it's sad because you have some people that are educated like her and Nigel Clark, but when they connect with this criminal prime minister, their character change. And this goes to the very core of what current leader Mark Golden says. If the head of the stream is corrupted, then the whole entire river will also be corrupted. And I just love that because I add my own version to it. If the head of the government is dishonest, then the whole entire government will be dishonest also. Back over to you.
You know, it's, thank you for that, Pastor Ricky. It's really a surprise, right? Because I would just run over that clip and, you know, but my wife, right, being curious, want to find out what the BB negative rating is. And right then and there, right, we caught her in a lie. You understand?
Then Byron, you never know what it means. That's why they attack her right away.
Yeah, no.
You never know.
I did not know that the BB negative rating was that negative. But I am saying what I was questioning. Why would they get a positive? Because remember, she said it's a positive look for Jamaica. Yeah. So then I was fooled by that. I was fooled by that. But the thing is, I was saying in terms of that. I'm talking about neocolonialism and capitalism in terms of lying, because I'm saying that has to be a lie. Because remember, I was saying that, okay, why that is so when Jamaica declined by 3.5%? That doesn't really make sense.
No, and why one
cannot be positive.
Yeah. Byron.
Cannot be positive.
Yes.
Byron, well, I know 3.5, and if you add the 1.8 to, you know.
Would be 5 point something.
5.3.
Yes. So I was confused that right there. In terms of the way she, you know, make it come across. You understand to say that, okay, Jamaica was in a positive light because that came out of her mouth. So that, you understand, kind of got me there. So I was now questioning it to say that, okay, then why would they be getting such a positive ratings? You understand, when the country is facing a recession, that doesn't really make sense.
No.
Right? But I was correct in terms of saying what I was saying. You understand why my wife researched it, and now we understand what the BB. You know, people need to share it out.
Yeah.
People need to show up Dana with this and the lie that she smiled. Oh my God, she smiled.
She had a tweaker.
Liar.
Well, Anna Byron, she had tweak all her accent, you know, because she want to come across, you know, the full room. The full room of 12. The full room of 12, you know.
This woman is vicious. A full room of 12.
But you know, so Byron, just like how Nigel Clark got tired of lying, and start looking for a job overseas and run away, I wouldn't be surprised if she'll look for a job right now and go run away to. Because them conscience must have kill them every day, man. My God.
Let me tell you, no government overseas, no employer.
Here's the reality of the situation. Let us play this. Right. And this is why I get this clipping up. Right. Caribbean education crisis. Because I'm saying, I mean, I don't understand. What I understand? So what?
If you are from the Caribbean, you should be very concerned. But the World Bank has just released an article stating that there's an educational crisis in the Caribbean. And if this is left unchecked, the Caribbean region is doomed now. So in the World Bank article, the World Bank is saying that those who took the CXCS exams in the Caribbean region, out of everybody who took the exam, only 5% passed. That means 95% of all of our students in the Caribbean failed, did not meet the threshold. Now, what they're saying is that out of the 200,000, we had 200,000 students who took the exam and 5% passed. That's about 10,000 students. That means we had 190,000 students who failed to meet the thresholds in the CXCS exams. Now, that is a very, 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 very serious point. And it's a very, very serious case, because what's happening now is if this trend continues over the next 5 years, we would have about 1 million students take the exam. And out of that 1 million, only 50,000 would pass and 950,000 would fail. And so this is a very, very serious problem for the Caribbean. Now, on aggregate, if you were to break this down by country, it gets even scarier and it's even worse. And so this week we will look at the Bahamas and the educational system. But what the World Bank is saying is that one of the major problems is that you have understaffed and teachers are not properly trained, the curriculum is outdated, and we need to invest more in education. The article is basically telling the governments of the Caribbean to listen, get your act together, because it is really a frightening position for the Caribbean to be in when you have 95% of the students that are taking exams are failing. And so this goes out to all Caribbean leaders, Caribbean teachers, Caribbean parents. Listen, we got to fix the problem in the Caribbean, which is education. We got to demand that our governments do better. We got to invest in more in teacher education, teacher retraining. We got to put smarter classrooms in all of our schools, and we got to change the curriculum so that our kids could be able to be trained in modern technology and a modern curriculum, per se. And so we have to do better. We have to move now, or else the future of the Caribbean is doomed.
Okay. You know what? Let me just say this. I want to really apologize to all of our Jeopardy players tonight, but we have some important things to discuss. And I'm going to ask the panel to just extend the panel for an next hour to really cement some of these serious situations. You understand that we have to discuss. It's very serious. It's very serious. So let us get into the next clip, right, as it relates to here I discuss the current economic challenges. It is very serious as it relates to what is happening. It's a crisis in the Caribbean. Under this Andrew Holness led administration, speaking specifically to Jamaica, that Jamaica, right, is in a serious bind as it relates to being a part of the Caribbean as well. So listen up.
In Jamaica, it's so expensive right now. 40 years ago, minimum wage was $26, and that could feed a family of 5 for 1 week. Fast forward to 2024, our minimum wage right now, if you divide it out, weekly works out to around 15,000, and that can feed a family of 4, right? The exchange rate, could you believe there was once a time where our dollar was actually stronger than the US dollar?
Yeah.
It was around 91 cents to $1. Fast forward to 2024, right? And that same $1 US is now equivalent to 158 Jamaican dollars. That's around 17,000% devaluation of our dollar since 1974. 1 out of every 3 Jamaicans, right, now live below the national poverty line. As a financial brethren, that doesn't sit right with me. Since the 2008 recession, Jamaica has lost a lot of companies. We have companies like Air Jamaica, companies like D&G, companies like the National Sugar Company has ceased operation or has been acquired by other companies. This has resulted in major job losses, right? And right now, the demand for those skilled workers is so low right now. Most of the job opportunities now are concentrated in the BPO sector or in the tourism sector. What this means now is that these same people have moved closer to the poverty line, right? And I don't see it getting any better because the average price for food has increased by 10% year over year. And the pay no move. So I understand, is this the 2030 Jamaica that we want for our children? Place to live, work, raise family and do business? Well, I'm the financial bridging. Follow me for more business and investment tips on our social media platforms. Until next time.
Now, you look here, and that is no politics in the game. Anymore. This is a financial technician, financial advisor. Is telling us that, giving us the history, right? And show you as it relates to the falling of our economy. He spoke about the Bruce Golden period, right? As it relates to the 2008 period, where in that time Bruce Golden had divested most of Jamaican assets being privatized.
right? And so then we have lost a lot of jobs in relation to that, right? And so then when you look in terms of the crisis that meet us now and the inflation, remember in Portia Simpson era, let us talk about the Portia Simpson era and compare it to the Andrew Honest era, right? Minimum wage during Portia Simpson time in 2012 to 2015, let us talk about roughly about $5,000, right? What that could buy with $5,000, right? A lot of things as it relates to that minimum wage, because it carries a powerful purchasing power at the time as it relates to, right, the devaluation process between the US dollar and the Jamaican dollar at the time, right? And so then it carried some purchasing power. Let us brought forward to now, and I know it is Jamaica Labour Party have a little thing about them in saying, first in the history of no, what people need to realize that every single administration comes in and formulating new laws, right? Creating new legislation. Certain legislation is going to be, because they are the one in their space creating that. So it is nothing strange, right? And nothing quite extraordinary that they are doing that, and they have the habit. It's the first we do this, the first time we spend this budget, this amount on security, this amount on health, this amount, the first administration on railroad in their time, right, their space, and the inflation that they are dealing with. Right? Now, so when you look now in terms of, okay, let's look at the purchasing power between 2012 to 2015, bracketing Portia Simpson time, right? Where 5,000, as it relates to the minimum wage, $5,000 could buy roughly a lot of things. Let us talk about the purchasing power between 2017 to 2025 as we speak. The minimum wage is what? $15,000. But what can that $15,000 buy? The purchasing power, right, is weak and inflation is high. So then, when and here is administration come out, this is the first time in history that anyone, right, been giving the Jamaican people $15,000 for minimum wage, and them lick them chests like they are doing anything. They are not doing anything but destroying Jamaica. Because if you compare the purchasing power between 2017, 2016, under Andrew Honest to 25 as we speak, and compare the purchasing power between 2012 to 2015, you realize now that the Portia Simpson time, that the purchasing power was more powerful, right? And more could have been achieved. So this is a very serious situation with Andrew Honest, right? Now, let us look in the Gleaner to support what I am saying. I am going to now go to the Gleaner to support what you are saying, and that's why Jamaica, I am telling you, and this is, let me put out, there's no, I'm taking out the politics. But Jamaica, if you fool ourselves, if we fool ourselves, and have this administration given a third term, we suffer.
Dog man must suffer.
Nah, man, and a dog man, a mango. And a dog man, a mangoes.
Let me tell you something, Jamaica. Let me tell you the truth. And I'm giving you the truth that God loves. And I'm swearing to Father God.
No, don't swear.
I am taking this opportunity, you understand, as it relates to loving my people.
Yeah.
What Andrew Honest administration is doing is what you call by any means necessary to stay in power. Because if they get out of power, they are going to go to prison. So they are going to promise all what they are going to promise you. They are going to beg you all what they need to beg you. They are going to, because guess what? Listen, when you look, and I don't know who had given Mark Golding the slogan, or if this Mark Golding originate the slogan. Time come.
Time come.
If you look at it,
it came from Mama P. From Mama P.
The time come, this time come, seems to look even deeply spiritual more than physical. Why am I saying it? Because what it is now saying, right, in the spiritual realm, that time come for the Israelite to leave the land of Egypt.
Yeah.
Time come for the Jamaican people to realize that they have been suppressed by fear and need to leave from under Pharaoh administration.
Yeah.
So you see where that time come now becomes not only a physical word out there, but becomes a spiritual revelation in this time.
Yeah.
So the time come seems to be a message provided by angels above, so that the People's National Party can drive on that mandate and lead their people out of captivity.
Amen.
Jamaica,
you're preaching.
I'm warning you that the time come is not a simple phrase.
I forgot ordained as a pastor, man. You're preaching.
No, tell you something. It's Father God working chosen.
Yeah.
Because I don't know in terms of how me and social media, you understand, get into the politics. When this channel started, it started out as a prank channel between my wife. It's my wife starting the channel, you understand, between my wife and my son, the prank. And then, you understand, them invite me one time and then me turn the whole thing into politics. So then, it was a situation that happened.
Yeah.
Time come, man.
And let me say this.
Me too. I wonder how I'm getting a politics so strong.
Let me say this.
You know.
We have Wayne Lonesome in the space. We have Andre Stevens in the space.
No call him. Do.
We have to give kudos to people who are working, right? And people who are spreading the message. You understand? We are one another umbrella there as it relates to spreading the message.
Definitely.
You understand? So you understand? We have to understand that the work that we are doing is really bigger than us, you know.
Yeah, man.
When we come to think of it, the work that we are doing here
was ordained.
It's really bigger than us, you know. This is
Byron.
Yeah?
Byron, and all of we come and do that work for the love of it, you know. Some are doing it for money, you know.
Well, that is true.
Okay.
That is true.
So
but
when we drop the hammer upon certain nearly, you know.
Yes.
It strike and fire gash.
All right. So
because we burn certain thing.
For all the angels, for all the archangels, right? And the persons who are putting out the work, Mr. Kudos to all of them. And as a bell rose, you understand, attack for the press,
aromatic.
Right? Talk your mind, aromatic, all of them who do the work. I'm telling you that Father God himself is working through these people to disseminate the information. And I say that time come is not ordinary. Because you know why it is not ordinary? I am seeing that time is catching up on the DPP. Time is catching up on Andrew Hornet. Time is catching up on the administration. The administration have such a limited space to work in few months. And guess what? Every day it's something new breaking.
My God.
Right? And so that it is the revelation, the spiritualness of Father God fighting for the Israelites in Jamaica.
Amen. You're preaching. I love it.
So it's a spiritual dawning for us. Time come to liberate ourselves from under neocolonialism. Time come to liberate ourselves from under capital colonialism. Time come to deliver ourselves from a corrupted administration.
Amen.
This administration cannot love any of us if you can't love both. If
My
you
God.
can't love that old lady at 78 years old,
Jesus.
then don't tell us nothing from out of your mouth. You don't love none of your Jamaican brothers. And you don't respect the elderly.
Amen.
You love none of our Jamaican brothers and you don't respect the elderly.
Right.
It is a vicious empire. Now let us move to the next.
Sir, can I just take 2 minutes, Sir Byron? I want to touch. I want to echo some of the things you say. Can I get 2 minutes?
Speak, my brother.
I agree 1,000% with everything you just shared. We have to be all the bloggers in the space. Some in UK, like Talk Your Mind, Atta for the Press. I believe Jamaica Odd Topics. Anissa Belrose. Aromatic, Father Lonesome, you, Sir Byron, and your wife, Melting Pot, Sir Rattigan, Jeffrey. I mean, this is not the time for anybody to have any disagreement. The future of Jamaica is at stake.
It's at stake.
And if this government, God forbid, ever win again, dog, Nyam Jamaica suffer. The criminal prime minister sign on to the globalist agenda that says you will be happy and you will own nothing. And they're destroying the country of Jamaica.
Yes, man. Big up Bright Mango to man. Sorry.
Yeah,
Big
Camilla,
up Bright Mango, big up Andre, big up all of the people them who the work, man.
Yeah, Camilla, I'm a general. And all the bloggers in Jamaica, also Andre Stevens, you know, the champion out there. And it's too much for me to call their names out there. But I'm just saying, this criminal prime minister has signed on to the globalist agenda to destroy the population growth. When you see them bringing GMO food, imported food, and destroy agriculture, and bringing food that are made in laboratory to poison the human being health system and immune system to destroy us. This prime minister is a criminal.
Hold on. Let me answer Candy Max.
Sure.
Yeah, Candy Max, I'm curious. Why is it that when you guys name out bloggers, you don't include Andre? I think Andre was the second name I called.
I just said it. I just big him up.
Yeah, man. Andre was the second name I called, Candy Max. So if you go back and you look and you listen to the clip, when I started out, right, I you know, Andre Stevens was the second name I think I called. So I did call Andre. Yeah, go ahead, Pastor.
Yeah, I said that too. I said Andre Stevens is a champion in Jamaica, but there's so many bloggers out there. I couldn't call everybody.
And take offense because I can't remember everybody.
Right, I can't, but I did say Andre Stevens is the champion out there. But anyhow, let's look at 1 second. The reason why I want to talk is because when we look at cost of living in 2015, the last year of Mama P administration, and then when we look at cost of living today in 2025 under this criminal administration, if you give me 1 minute, a loaf of 2 pound bread in 2015 was $270. The same 2 pound bread today is cost $600. A pound of sugar in 2015 was $70. A pound of sugar today is $200. A pound of flour in 2015 was $45. A pound of flour today is $130. A pound of rice in 2015 was $50. A pound of rice today is $150. A pound of cornmeal was $60.
Yes.
A pound of cornmeal today is $170. 1 pound of chicken in 2015 was $190. A pound of chicken today is $380. 1 pound of chicken back, what them call get a steak, was $45 a pound. A pound of chicken back today is $270.
Wow.
one small corned beef, or we call bully beef, was $280 in 2015. Today, a small can of corned beef is $590. One large can of corned beef in 2015 was $370. Today, a large can of bully beef or corned beef is $750. One small tin of $100. Today, a small tin of mackerel is $150. One large tin of mackerel in 2015 was $340. Today, a large tin of mackerel is $600. The U.S. currency back then in 2015 was $121 and some cents. Today, one US dollar, one Jamaica dollar is equivalent to 158, on its way up to 159. The Jamaica government has spent $1.1 billion trying to save one Jamaica dollar against the US currency. And every time the Jamaica dollar depreciates in value, it raises the cost of living. One last point. They brag and talk about they raise minimum wage to 15,000, but the equivalence of 15,000 Jamaica dollar is 97 US dollars. So we have people in Jamaica that is working for $97 a week. That is below the United Nations poverty line. Nobody in America, not even undocumented workers, work for $97 a week. Yet this criminal run around and talk about him creating wealth. Low wage job in Jamaica, 97 US dollars per week. And if a family of a mother and a child, or a mother and two children cannot survive when she buy food, hear the price I will just read off, she pay a taxi fare for go work, and then have to take care of our kids, them to buy school fee and uniform. Cannot work. One last point, the hotel workers that we see protesting all the last year was making equivalent to the US dollars $83 a week. $2 an hour, equivalent to $82 a week US, which is lower than the minimum wage of 97 US dollars a week. This government has created poverty island-wide. They have not increased growth and productivity and export to open the opportunity for skilled workers. So what they do, they strive on service, because Jamaica is a service economy, and you can't have skilled workers in a service economy where you are providing service at the mercies of foreign tourists coming into the country. Jamaica is a colossal failure under this government. And I don't care if any comrades get mad at me, it's the truth. This government has wrecked the economy of Jamaica. The economy has crashed. It's in a recession. We're not pretty up no word. The economy crashed from September 2024 last year, and there's no recover for this first quarter in 2025. It's going to have another decline. And yet they run out to deceive the Jamaica people with misinformation, disinformation. You have to vote this government out if you want to save Jamaica. If you want to save it for your children and your grandchildren, you have to vote them out. They are a colossal failure. The prime minister is a criminal, shouldn't even be on the ballot to run for MP of West Rural St. Andrews. He should be in prison. I'm telling you, if he was in America or Canada or the UK, he would have been in prison. The amount of money them thief, $12.2 billion out of the $3 trillion comes out of his office alone. And you have to hold him accountable, because guess what? Him put out 19 agency in office under theme control, which means the buck stop with him. So the $3 trillion was stolen. Him have knowledge of every single thing. And
I will take a point there.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So let us get into the Jamaica cleaner. Right. Melting Pot, do you have anything to say on this?
Well, the only thing I have to say in regards to what I'm going on in Jamaica is that I know my Jamaica people them already, decide the way them have cast them vote.
Yes.
The work has been done in a certain degree. Yes. The work will carry on because the people don't make up their mind. And when a nation make up their mind, to go to war, them go to war. When a nation say them done with foolishness, them not go around comedians.
Exactly.
You understand? So we know the platform already. Yeah, by some well-distinguished people. You understand? And I use the word distinguish. Because I believe in people with moral, decency, faculty, and good brought up, and people who think, that the Creator give life, and Him give life in genealogical way, your genes. So me just rest my case right there. So me and some real people we work for the party. Yeah. Me know the real people that work for the party, Yeah, me know them. And them people that me endorse.
So let us go to Jamaica Gleaner, right? As it relates to cost of living too high. And you have a lot of professional people who they are coming out now, right? And they are speaking out as it relates to the situation. Cost of living too high. Let us get to that. Right? It is a serious time, right? And here we have it, the Jamaica Labour Party administration, right, seeking a third term, right, after put Jamaica in a crisis, right? A total of 180 degrees as it relates to Portia Simpson's effort. Cost of living is too high, right? Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024. Every week, the prices of retail goods on supermarket shelves seems to move in another direction. This is no lie. Usually by a few dollars. Jamaica's cost of living is currently too high, which has been the sad reality for way too long. The Jamaican dollar's stretchability has decreased over the past 5 years. Consumers have to be very selective and cautious about the prices or quantity of the items they buy. And I think we have Candy Max was speaking about a tin of bully beef could have served for 3 or 4 persons. But now it hardly can serve. The monthly cost of utilities are also too high. Long gone are the days when 5,000 could buy a week worth of groceries. And there it is. I think this person is referring to the Portia Simpson time.
Right.
When you used to have $5,000 on a Portia Simpson time, 2012 to 2016, minimum wage at $5,000. So I think this is what the person is referring to. So long gone are the days when $5,000 could buy a week's worth of groceries or for a family of 4 or 5. No one can only buy a handful of items that may not even last a week. And that is so true. The government must encourage private sector entity to drop prices and also look at offering tax incentives that will lead private sector entities to do so. They should also look at giving subsidies to farmers. Building new roads and repairing old ones is all well and good. However, what most care about is how much money they earn, how much they spend on essential goods and services, and how much they have left with them after all the monthly financial obligations have been met. Take it away. Let me speak to the panel again and bring up a comparison here as it relates to what we just read a while ago. Now, all right, here it is, right? When I look at Jamaica economy, extremely fragile, right? People are suffering, right? The poverty rate is extremely high. But yet, you have an Andrew Holness administration who understand very well the weaknesses of the economy, but still decided to themselves to take 200 and 300% rates.
My God.
And a fragile economy. Now let us look when we talk about leadership quality. Pay attention as it relates to Burkina Faso.
Ibrahim Traore, what did he do in terms of fixing long-standing situation, right, of a drowning economy? What did he do? He recognized that Burkina Faso economy was fragile. And being that it is fragile, what he had done, he made sure that he reduced members of parliament pay by 30%.
Right.
And you know what he did after? He made sure that he increased civil workers pay to 50%. This is how you talk about a leader who cares for its people. What the owners had done as it relates to Jamaica's fragile economy. And the persons who are benefiting from that, beating the people in the ground, borrowing the money from IMF, and where the people have been now stifled with austerity measures. Because the truth be told, as it relates to the austerity measures that are going to apply, is that many social programs have to be crushed.
Yeah.
The Andrew Holness administration is not telling us that. So what they are doing now is to try to promising their way through, and the truth be told, they have no money.
Amen.
The truth be told, and that's why people need to wake up. They have no money.
Country's broke.
Now, I want to show Jamaican people something as it relates to, right, our national debt. If people think I am joking, and you know what we are going to use? We are going to use the comparison between Portia Simpson time and Andrew Holness time. And you are going to see for yourself, because Jamaican Labour Party can't dispute this. Regardless of how them clamping at the Senate and at the Parliament and them talk this and that and broad back and blah, 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 and all of them spin doctor and our big mama, never before Andrew Holness administration is doing good and garbage shit. Big Mama in particular is doing that because Big Mama himself is robbing the country's revenue. And that is the truth. And so then, Big Mama will support Andrew Holness and wanted Andrew Holness to remain in power because Big Mama wants to have his business going. It's very simple. But the day to come that People's National Party take over, what is going to happen to Big Mama? He will have to find ways and means to pay up those taxes.
Yeah.
Then why would Big Mama do anything to make Amar Golden come in power? People, use the brain.
Exactly.
So NHN will use all means necessary to propagandize, to do all of that. We learn how effective propaganda is in World War II.
Yeah.
When the German Empire influenced the people that they were winning the war while they were losing it, encourage their people to fight on. So we know the effectiveness of propaganda. We know the effectiveness of gerrymandering. But people, Jamaica, you need to wake up. Wake up and smell the coffee. Many people who are supporting the labor right, particularly those in the ghetto, and you ask them, give us 3 fundamental reasons as to why you support the Jamaica Labour Party. Majority of them, they are not going to tell you about a policy position. They're only going to say, you know, PNP must be the country and you know, I mean, I like PNP and PNP this and PNP that. And because they can't reason, they're either going to call you B-boy, B-man, and all of that. Just to do the argument. B-boy.
Most of that come from Jamaica Labour Party bloggers find me YouTube. They can't hold a rational reasoning.
Right. Fully dance.
Fully dance to the court.
Yeah.
And if you ask them, give us 3 fundamental reasons. PNP must have the place for 18 years, because guess what? They swing with the propaganda. You understand? From Jamaica Labour Party. PNP must have the 18 years and PNP FinSAC on to FinSAC. They don't even know what FinSAC is.
Amen. They don't research.
So this is telling you that it is the dustness on steroids.
Yeah.
Many people who talking about FinSAC ask them what is the definition of FinSAC.
Exactly.
They don't even know.
Exactly.
Who were the main players in the 90s financial meltdown? They don't even know it. And here the Jamaica Labour Party executing the very same behavior on them. That they went outside, get crawled to investigate SSL. The investigation completed. And at the completion of the investigation, they hold the report. And the Jamaica Labour Party bloggers, what the Prime Minister does? What the Prime Minister does? The level of dunceness. And I hear confused on its program. Does the Prime Minister charge? Asking question. Does the Prime Minister charge? Did anyone charge the Prime Minister? What Philip Hughes is not telling us is that the Prime Minister standing in the way, using his administration to block the process of the investigation, him being the subject of an investigation, he should step aside and allow the investigation to proceed.
Yeah, preventing justice. Yep.
But Cliff Hughes is asking the question, does the Prime Minister have a charge? Let me tell you something. Cliff Hughes, the Prime Minister doesn't have a charge because the Prime Minister is standing in the way of the investigation and using its 47
49.
to create mayhem, change the constitution and do all of that to prevent the investigation from flow.
Yeah.
But Cliff Hughes will never have Cliff Hughes will never have a conversation on that. If anyone turn the narrative to say, let us speak as to why the Integrity Commission investigators hand over the investigation to Finn. Why was it confused? Why was it? Let me ask you a question. Why was it? The Prime Minister was not participating. The Prime Minister was answering the question being asked to him by the Integrity Commission as it relates to how did he come by his wealth.
Exactly.
So then now, you know you're a spin doctor. Now if it was the other way around, and Mark Golding under the circumstances, you'd hear confused. Why, Mr. Mark Golding? You are the subject of an investigation, Mr. Mark Golding. And what you should do, Mr. Mark Golding, is to do the right thing. Step aside and allow the investigation to flow, Mr. Mark Golding. You are the subject of an investigation. Resign and have the investigation flow. And it goes into the court. You will hear confused, take up that view. But no, it is Andrew Warnes who don't like pay tax. Andrew Warnes aiding and abetting Cliff Hughes not to pay the tax. The THA is not pursuing Cliff Hughes. They start to see the reason as to why the Prime Minister has 19 agencies under his responsibility. His tentacles of corruption stretch all over them. And so then he's there as the king spider with his tentacles, you understand, just working accordingly.
obstructing. Right? Let us use our majority to change the boundaries of Portmore. We want to win by any means necessary. Let us do this. Right? Let us break the Constitution. Let us do this and let us do that. Because of what? He wants to stay in power because he knows very well that the day is out is the day his light is going to dim. Then you tell me, Andrew Wallace, if it is not so, and you want, no, let me ask you a question, Andrew Wallace. If you want to settle the school, if you want to say, okay, let us come forward with the Jamaican people. Let us deal with transparency, accountability, checks and balance. Why not show the crowd report? Who were the persons that Kroll recommend to be charged? When you look at the DPP in Jamaica and the DPP in St. Lucia, the DPP in St. Lucia call their names, call the corruptors' names, and put them before the court.
Yep, she did.
Now, what is the difference between the DPP in St. Lucia and the DPP in Jamaica? And you hear what the DPP in St. Lucia said? If he was to deny his responsibility in not offering checks and balance, he would be culpable.
Yeah.
And he will be telling the corruptors to continue their behavior. This is what you are doing, Parallel.
Exactly.
This is what you are doing. Let me say something to you, Parallel. When you look at the corruption index, you, Parallel, and the corruption prosecutor are the reasons why the corruption index will fall 4 digits down on the corruption index. Parallel, you want to tell me that I have it wrong? You want to tell me? You are the DPP. You are the DPP. And under your responsibility, we lost 4 places down on the corruption index. It is your responsibility, Parallel, regardless of what you're speaking and what you're saying. Your inability to put the corruptors in the judiciary. Your inability, your incompetence. But they say all manner of things to put the veil over people's eyes. We know what is going on, Parallel, and we know very well that they cannot prosecute Jean Ann Panthon. It is the corruption that you are talking about. Now, let us prove something again as it relates to the statistics that we are going to show Jamaica, as it relates to what is happening to the country, as it relates to our national debt. We are not paying down our national debt. We are servicing the national debt with billions of dollars. People, wake up. We are servicing our national debt with billions of taxpayers' dollars.
And the interest, yeah.
Right? And the interest. Not touching the principal debt. So Jamaica is in a deep shit. Deep problem. Now let us show the people them the truth. Let us show the people them the truth. And he's busy seeking a third term. Seeking a third term. Not to pull Jamaica out of the debt. Because they have no brain power. Not to lift the people to upward mobility. He has no such idea. His idea that he has right now is to find ways and means to bring back his thieving friend, ULV. Now, let us show this. The national debt. national debt of Jamaica 2007 to 2029. Let us look and show the people. And look at the performance of the Jamaica Labour Party. So I thought I have it here, where the people can see it. Right? Yeah. So let us show the people. So this is the bar graph, right, showing our performance as it relates to the national debt from 2007 as a projection to 2029. Remember now that we are comparing the Portia Simpson era. So we are going to go into the 2012. And this represents in billions of US dollars. Now, what it is saying here, that 2012 here, the debt 2012 was $12.14 billion. Let us go to 2015, right? To where Portia Simpson handed over. Here it is, 2015, $12.97 billion. That is where Portia Simpson handed it over. This is where the minimum wage was at $5,000. Right? And where that minimum wage of $5,000 of a strong purchasing power. Now let us look on Andrew Owner's time, 2016. There it is, there you have it. It goes to $12.81 billion. Now let us look on 2017. $12.3 billion where it dipped. Let us look on 2018. $12.21 billion. Let us go to 2019. $12.6 billion. Let us go to 21. $13.47 billion. Let us go to 22. $13.78 billion. Let us go to 23. $13.37 billion. Let us go to 23. $14 billion. Let us go to 25. Right, we have a 13 projected. It projected for 13.9 billion 2024. Let us go to 2025. 2025. $14.23 billion projected for 2025. Take that out. Let me ask the Jamaican people. Let me ask the Jamaican people. Based on the graph that presented, our debt is growing. We are not manufacturing as much. We are a service industry. What I show people that if you continue to be a service industry and have no innovation, have no skills, so you see it's imperative as it relates to education. So when we look at that graph, what ISAT Buchanan is doing in East Portmore, ISAT Buchanan is making a proactive move, acting proactively, looking at the future, the span of the future, and see that when we educate our people and we make them innovators and we bring forth technocrats from amongst them, then we can have better decision making amongst our politicians. These children will be the future men and women of tomorrow. So ISAT Buchanan is a visionist. You don't see that, people? You don't see that?
Yeah.
You don't see that? So in comparison to ISAT Buchanan, in comparison to Anne-Marie Vaz, she's silent most of the time in Parliament. She has no ideas. No ideas. We are not asking if ISAT Buchanan is a solid person. In ISAT Buchanan experience as it relates to pushing back an injustice. I've been here time and time again, treading the journey of success. Fighting for the cause of the people. And deliver justice. You tell me, how can you compare Anne-Marie Vaz to a standard bearer like ISAT Buchanan? So when you're doing your politics and when you're voting, what do you vote for? Are you voting for the future of your generation? Are you voting for that? And then I'm asking Jamaica, in every area, garrison, prominent rich areas, every area, what are we voting for? We need to vote for policies that deals with the collective interests, that move the country collectively. Upward mobility for the generation. Melting Pot, what do you have to say?
Well, so much water under the bridge, you know. Whole heap of water under the bridge. The country need fixing, man. Country in a deplorable state as to where this government has taken it to. And so, as I mentioned earlier on, you know, some groundwork, or what should I say, the framework has been done, but the real work not start, because the People's National Party have a big task at hand, you know, to really uplift Jamaica again. Yeah? Under the People's National Party, led by P.J. Patterson, yeah, longest serving Prime Minister of Jamaica. We got rid of the IMF. And we were on our way to recovery. But greedy dogs came along and decided they wanted more bones. You know, they couldn't satisfy with the little. They wanted a lot more bones. And so they went back to the IMF and they started to borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow and borrow till they full their own wheelbarrow and shove it off somewhere and hide it. Because we don't see the work. With all the money that they're borrowing, we don't see any work on the ground.
That's true.
So I cannot vouch for this borrowing mentality that they had and say, well, it was good because it benefit Jamaica. Jamaica is not benefiting from this high level of borrowing under this GLP regime government. They borrow to steal. And this is why now we are left with 14.odd billion US dollars in debt. Because I want the people them to understand, when you were reading the graphic, it wasn't in Jamaican, it was in US.
Yes.
14.odd billion
US,
amount to 2.odd trillion Jamaican dollars. But at the same time, we see where 3 trillion cannot be accounted for, which is more than what we owe in our international debt.
Okay.
So it's a country that, as I said, a lot of water is under the bridge. How do we solve that problem? We need a change of government. I know the people is well in tune and involved with the People's National Party movement. Because, you know, when you listen to the two leaders, one speak eloquent and transparent, one speak through him teeth and tell pure lie. And the people, Well, could be, you know. Could be because, you know, the man that speak through all various media coming up. Them speak through all some sperm whale. Some can't speak through all the mouth. You understand? But right now, I would have more think of trim teeth, because you never swear him grit him teeth. But him I tell a lie, him grit him teeth, you know. But him no still buff out still.
Yeah.
You understand? So some sound have come from this or too. But him lie trim teeth to the Jamaican people.
Yeah, exactly.
And him lie at all costs. Because it's a pathological lie. Because Andrew Wallace win the election purely and telling lie as our opposition leader. But the people are now just, things are just being revealed to them.
Yeah.
Right now, Andrew are throw poison for everybody at Jamaica, you know. Because just look, where him have in our back of mind, him want $1 billion from motorists. In
Can you imagine?
That is poison for the motorists.
Yes.
That is no two ways. It is poison again for the motorists. I remember I'm a poison them long time, you know, with bad road and vast amount of ticket. So when a prime minister put out such a mandate as it relates to how much he want from a particular sector where tax revenue is concerned, he tells us that the policeman have done them ticket book willy-nilly. Without any practical cost for write a ticket. They might just write ticket willy-nilly. Man, I will tell you, say you never indicate when you don't indicate. Me take my eye to eye and say that happening at Jamaica, you know.
But my talk about the condition of the road.
Well, everybody know about the condition of the road.
They're increasing their taxes and look at the condition of the road.
Yeah, the condition of the road dilapidated in a deplorable state for how long now. But watch this now. Remember, you know, him have a set of man when a ride ticket, you know. You know what the man then him examiner. When them the man they come out a blood one, you know, like you let out some blood one dog by your neighbor. Because them man they get your vehicle seized, the wrecker man make money, yeah. The policeman call him wrecker friend, him make film photo. So Andrew Wallace a throw poison for the people of Jamaica a long time. I'm sorry for the motorists them more so. But motorists, all you have to do is take extra care, you know. Remember September not that too far. Just take extra care. So you know, say, if the man them say not carry 5, don't carry 5. Carry 4 now on the taxi. Because it don't make sense you work 20,000 and you give it 25,000 because of fine. You lose your whole entire day's work plus an extra 5,000 where you bank from yesterday. So don't be penny wise and pound foolish. The people will always be there for you to transport. Right? So what it will do, it will make you operate quicker. If you just carry the allotted amount, yeah, more people will be on the ground, so everybody will move faster. Because this government will stop at no cost to throw pies upon everybody in Jamaica, but more so the motorists. I know I'm making more tax from the road. That's Andrew Wallace bread and butter basket, the road. You understand? Then you know some have other areas where him go through and him try to milk people through crime. Milk the people them through crime. Because when a policeman will charge you willy-nilly and lock you up, you have to look liar. So the system is there only to benefit Andrew Wallace and his cronies, especially those that work within the judicial system. No justice for the common man. So we now have to get a government that is realistic about the people's cost and what the people need. A government that will govern the country in the rightful way that a country should be governed. A government that will make sure now everything is functioning and working according to rules and regulation. A government that will make sure now that it holds its own security men accountable when they commit atrocity like what we see in the high level of state killing, where the police are ahead of the days in terms of murder statistic. But yet still we never see any policeman being charged for committing these heinous crime within the society. So that tell me that the society in Jamaica has gone rogue, led by the Andrew Holness regime, using policemen that taxpayers are paying to form part of its government affiliation arms, where you have certain section of police work specifically and primarily for the Jamaica Labour Party. And they come out in the society and destroy the common man in the street. When you see policeman have him neck pan hard-working taxman who is contributing to the economy. And not just one but two. One knee in him back and one foot upon him neck. That we are looking at something that was saw in America that took the life of George Floyd?
Yes, George Floyd, right.
Right, good. It's the same thing I'm looking at in Jamaica. I see policeman stop beat up taxi operator, and I ask myself the question, why? Because I don't see a man committing a crime. If you break the traffic code violation, you give him a ticket and you move on. All when him argue, you just turn up and write a ticket. That's what I see elsewhere in the world. Policeman do not listen to you, we are talking, just right and you're gone. Him don't start a confrontation. That it have to reach to the stage where physical abuse becomes a part of the altercation. We want a society now that respect everyone and show everyone the real love and make everyone feel proud to be a Jamaican, living in Jamaica and want to stay in Jamaica and grow Jamaica and build Jamaica. We don't want our people to have this mindset that Jamaica is not good for them. Because I experienced Jamaican places like here where I'm living now. And I know what is my consensus as it relates to here and Jamaica. I have to pay to keep warm in this country for practically 9 months every year. I have to have 3 different sets of clothes, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I can't wear one set of clothes in Jamaica, I can't do that. I don't have to play to keep warm in Jamaica. I have the climate sometimes. I have to beg the breeze to blow up and to cool me down. We can't find certain type of food and it's fresher than when I eat here. So the good thing about this country that I'm living in, have good governance, and good governance give people the added incentive to work and earn. So I'm telling the Jamaican people, if everyone that leave Jamaica and go abroad did end up in a country that was similar to Jamaica, no remittance would come back to Jamaica. And the only reason why remittance can come to Jamaica is because the government in the country that these people migrate to are working government. Working government. A government that seek investors to come to the country to provide the citizen work so the people can work and earn. Every country did that run like Jamaica, no remittance couldn't come at Jamaica. And you'd probably say your family dead in America, Canada, or UK because killing high. But yet still them places carry more people in terms of the population than the little amount where they are Jamaica. But your life more secure in these places. And you get work, and you can look after your people back at Jamaica. But yet still most of these countries don't have what Jamaica have in terms of resource and, you know, tropical weather for grow food and feed the people. Them places have to rely upon places to feed them. But they are much better off than Jamaica. So what is the problem in Jamaica? The problem in Jamaica is that we need a government that care. We need an honest government. We need men of integrity to come into politics, not men to come and carry out trickery upon the people just to fill them pocket with money from the same taxpayers with them trick. Because remember, the taxpayers pay the bills. The taxpayers are the one that foot the bill.
Yeah.
So we want government to collect tax from the entity them, whether I'm friend them or run them or not, and make sure the tax go to the system to run the country. You cannot depend on service economy, and you cannot be relying on the remittance from the diaspora. That cannot be the way to grow Jamaica. The way to grow Jamaica is to get back the farmers in the field, get new investors to come, open up new avenues for work employment, not the little schemes you want them like the BOP and them fast food thing there. Jamaica wants some real investment to come to the country now.
Exactly. Agreed.
Our youth must can find themselves, you know, around the technology side of things, making certain things. But Jamaican, what we doing? Basically nothing. If it's not politics, it's probably you're going to the police force or the army. Them corrupt you, you become corrupted. The low salary, you have other intention rather than work for the people. You start think for rob like what we see whatever do. Eh? Because the policeman mass up, you know, and go rob place not broad daylight, you know.
True.
And if they tell me son a policeman, well, they are at fault to make man a civilian can get police outfit to look like police. Because that should not, that can't happen in the UK.
We have police participating in robbery. We have police participating in robbery.
Exactly. But they want to say otherwise to that.
Yeah.
This balaclava thing what we see a policeman them we and rucksack on them back, that to stop. So I'm going to call out the commissioner tonight as me I speak. This don't look good for your watch, commissioner. And if it even was there, you should come and change the landscape of the force in terms of how the outfit of the men there are looking. No balaclava, they are criminals if they're wearing balaclava. Because we ask a body camera, but yet still you give a balaclava, and you never hear the pronunciation good. Body camera sound like balaclava? Tell me, because that me see you give the man them in a balaclava, you know. But we are asked the body camera. We want entire the body camera show the extent of what happened. You don't carry out a long investigation in terms of how you go about prosecuting who is at fault. And I yield back to another member of the panel.
All right. Every punch coming from Melting Pot there. So we are going to ask Pastor Ricky to close we out tonight. Wonderful performance from the panelists. Right. Appreciate that. Pastor Ricky, take the opportunity in closing us out.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Byron, Lady Anne-Marie. Big up yourself, Melting Pot. You know, one of the things I love about being a pastor, a licensed ordained pastor, is that, you know, you have to tell the hard truth. You can't sugarcoat the truth. You can't water it down. And you have to tell it like it is. And so that's been my area of expertise since God called me into ministry. And so when we come out and we speak the hard truth on platforms and programs like these, we're not tearing down Jamaica. If you look at my passport, it will tell you the country I was born in. It will say Kingston, Jamaica. And so Jamaica has a lot of problems. There is no transparency in the current government. They hide the truth. And it's up to us who knows the truth to communicate the truth. People are hungry for truth. This is what give the rise to social media, because traditional medias have been censored, and because they have been censored, they can't tell the truth. And because they can't tell the truth and people wants to know the truth, they turn to social media for truth. Now, let me just say big respect to Comrade Attorney ISAT Buchanan one more time. You know, the initiative to purchase tablets for 3,000 children in East Portland has its reward. And the seed you're sowing right now into children's the next lives will benefit them in the long run. Most of the reason why Jamaicans believe a lie and feed into misinformation, disinformation, and run with it, like Sir Byron was talking about the labor right supporters, is because they are uneducated. No person who is highly educated is gonna embrace lies daily. Yeah, you might get Jinala or somebody con you one time, but fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So when Comrade Attorney ISAT Buchanan start this initiative, and I know he's not through with it yet, I just want to big him up. Now, if you want to change a nation, you have to start with the next generation. A family that is broken, you will have a church that's broken. And if you have a church that's broken, you will have a nation that's broken. But if you have a family that is strong, you will have a church that is strong. And if you have a church that is strong, then you will have a nation that is strong. Unfortunately, Jamaica is backslidden from biblical principles and kingdom teachings. And we have allowed this criminal in Jamaica House who ran for prime minister, not because he wanted to improve the lives of the Jamaican people, but he ran for prime minister to continue his criminality. The evidence is clear, as Sir Byron laid it out tonight. He joined SSL in 2008 as a partner to Hugh Croskery. They weren't doing any trading on the stock market. They never had any investment, but that's the lie they sold the so-called investors to believe a lie. And also they use the criminal prime minister to lure people into SSL to say, oh, the prime minister is a part of this investment company, so it's a good thing. And when people heard that, they joined it as well, including Usain Bolt. And so his criminality continued once he became prime minister. That was his goal, to become prime minister, to continue to enrich in himself. We have evidence of him, as Sir Byron laid it out very precisely, clearly, eloquently tonight, of how he had his first payout that we know about in SSL in 2011. Then he had another payout in 2012. And according to the IC report, he had another payout in 2021. Yet he never put any funds into SSL. And he probably had way more paid out, but we will only know that when the crawl report is revealed or released. And so this prime minister, based upon the IC report, based upon the SSL Ponzi scheme scandal, based upon the $3 trillion that's stolen, is an enemy of the state with no apology. When you are set to destroy the country, you don't love the people. You only love what's in it for you. When you can use SOEs and states of emergency and ZOZO, states of operation, to launch curfew, to lock down people, to tell them they can't come out of their houses, to tell them they're the ones spreading COVID when they go to buy food at the corner shop, to tell the students in a war-torn country that they won't be able to return to Jamaica, to tell those that are, confined to a cruise ship off the coast of Jamaica that they can't come on the land, and to charge people $200 to $300 for not wearing a face mask, to implement a digital tracking, tracing, biometric system called NIDS to take away your privacy and your freedom, and to impose a fine and impose a penalty for imprisonment if you didn't sign up for it until Comrade leader Mark Gold and the People's National Party fight it in court and got the court to strike it down. The evidence is clear. When you send the police out and tell them, you know, the guys that they encounter, if they don't meet the judge, then send them to meet their maker, as if you have the right to take the lives of people, whether, and the videos are very clear that many of them were unarmed and should have been arrested and taken before the courts. So the prime minister is an enemy of the state. He's also a threat to democracy. And I say that with no apology. When you try to change the constitution 6 different times when they took him to court and he lost all 6 of them, and tried to install a DPP when her tenure was expired based upon the age of 60 in 2020 that says that she can only get 1 extension, but then you gave her 3 years instead of 5 years. But when you realize the mistake that was made, you try to amend it and fight it. I mean, the cover up, the injustices that he has brought to the people of Jamaica, you know, when he's a threat to democracy. When you try to change the boundaries of a constituents, when the law says that you cannot cross the line of the parish, you know, the boundaries of a parish, and you go against the law of the land. When you take the IC to court, knowing that you're guilty of not explaining your wealth to them, when the investigators try to get information out of you to determine if they should, you know, certify your statutory declaration, which is commissioned by law. You know, he's an enemy of the state. The criminal prime minister does not need to be prime minister of Jamaica. And it's time that he resign with effect immediately. He has brought Jamaica into disrepute. Jamaica is the laughing stock around the world. People right now, if you run into any Jamaicans, whether it's in the grocery store, the gas station, the park, the conversation is the corruption that's going on in Jamaica. Corruption is not going to win the election. What's going to win the election is the bread and butter issues, the kitchen table issues, the high cost of living. An orange that costs $250, a carrot that costs $300, a banana that costs $250, half a cabbage that costs $1,000, 1 or 2 tomato that costs $500. That's what people are concerned about right now. The high utility bills, light bill has gone through the roof. Affordable housing is out of reach for young people. No money, they paid into NHT, but they can't get any money out of it. And even if they do, they still need a bank loan to subsidize the little bit that they get, because housing prices has gone through the roof. I mean, Jamaica is at a crossroad. Honestly, people don't want to hear the truth, but the truth Jesus said will make you free. Jamaica is at a crossroad. The economy has crashed. And when you have a criminal prime minister come out and says the economy is resilient, it's strong, he's lying. The facts don't lie. Evidence don't lie. One of the things courts do, when you go to court, the prosecutor or the defense attorney produce evidence. And so when we come on this program week after week and we produce video evidence, document evidence, their own words, evidence doesn't lie. It's time that the people wake up. It breaks my heart every day that we have to fighting through principalities and powers, rulers of darkness, spiritual wickedness in high places, to open the insight of the people so they can be knowledgeable of the state and the condition that Jamaica is at a crossroad. It's on the brink of going over a precipice. Every time the Jamaica Labour Party gets their hands in the government, they wreck the economy. I mean, Sir Byron show you a chart with the debt from 2017 that's projected all the way up to 2029, and it keeps increasing in dollar value. And this is US currency. Jamaica is in a bad place. People don't want to hear the truth. But you know what? One thing I'm glad, nobody can take what I know away from me. You can try to take away my dignity. You can try to assassinate my character, but you can't take away what's up here, what God blessed me to know. And that's the truth. And so I want to say thank you, Sir Byron and Lady Anne-Marie Melton Pot, for allowing me to be in this space, you know, to share with the people, to help set people free from, as Marcus Garvey said, and Bob Marley echoed, the time is here to emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves is going to free our minds. And so we got to cleanse our minds from all of these lies that is spew out daily, whether it's Broadbuck, whether it's Big Mama, whether it's the Prime Minister, whether it's Dixon, the communication, now education minister, Bug Life. They're all pathological liar. Warmington. This is the most disingenuous government I've ever witnessed in all of my life. And I'm glad that the history books, when it's written on this government, if I'm still alive and if we're still alive, we will feel proud of the work we have done to help liberate Jamaica. Back over to you, Sir Byron.
Okay, well said. And you know, I think we are going to use and close out the night on that note, right? Powerful information coming from Melting Pot, coming from Pastor Ricky, who had dissect the information and delivering, right, the information to, of course, the electorate. Now, for closeout, we want to say to the electorate that, you know, we are at a crossroad where we all need to know, right, that this government lack transparency. This government clearly is corrupted. And we are asking the Jamaican people, we are speaking to the electorate, that remember, right, to make sure that when you vote, you don't vote for yourself, you don't vote for me, myself, and that. You're voting for future generation. You're voting for upward mobility. You're voting for progress. You're voting because you want a safer Jamaica. How can it be, which is so ironic, that you have a prime minister speak out of one side of his mouth, right, saying that he's fighting crime, and yet we have his administration committing crime. When you look as it relates to the damage that had done where SSL is concerned, we have never seen any ordinary criminal who had done 1/10 of that damage. On a very serious note. And so then what we look, we see men in jacket and tie. Men who had passed through tertiary level education. Men who we believe that, okay, we elect them because we want them to administrate on our behalf. But what did they do? They went in and they pilfer for themselves, their families, friends, and for the elite. And the people who put them in, they simply forgot them. Here we are, where the people have to know that they have one ultimate power, that they are the ones who will be electing a government to lead. But it's up to the people. When they don't want to be tricked, continue to be fooled, and see the evidence that we are presenting and turn away from that evidence. Then, if you do that, then you have to bear the responsibility of what to come. On behalf of myself, telling our electorate to ensure putting the X beside the N. On behalf of Pastor Ricky, telling the electorate to put the X beside the N. On behalf of Melting Pot, telling the electorate put the X beside the N. I want to say to my Jamaican people, wonderful. We love you all. And we're not going to stop fighting the fight that we need to fight to make sure our people do the right thing in terms of electing a government that deals with transparency, a government that is honest, checks and balance, a change at last. Time come, and I'm out. Melting pot.
Amen.
Big up.
Big respects, everybody.
Pastor Ricky.
Yeah, man. Pastor Ricky, big up, same here.
Big thanks to be on the panel. Right?
Definitely.
Big thanks to have you
Bless.
here.
We'll talk. Yeah, man.
Every
Oh,
Tuesday,
today's a
every
new month.
Friday.
Happy new month, 1st of March.
Oh,
Get numerated by March 31st, everybody.
All right, cool. Yeah, man.
Wise word, wise word.
Listen, we'll talk tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
Bless up, bless up, bless up. Yeah.
All right.
Good night,
Bless.
everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Have a wonderful and blessed weekend. One love.